cannot be controlled. Get organized. Learn to be active.
Looks like we got us another hit.
You tell her to get away from me. She's crazy.
Tell her to get away from me. She's crazy.
Choose your destiny.
An educated and united public cannot be controlled. Get organized. Learn to be active. Investigate both sides of the argument. Come up with your own conclusions.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? KCE, King Chaka.
How y'all doing out there? How y'all feel? Remember, an educated public cannot be controlled. Learn to be active. The views and events expressed here are totally whacked and are not necessarily the views of anyone. ¿Cómo estás? Bien, bien, bien. ¿Podemos ayudarnos más? Sí se puede. Don't take my word for it. Look that mess up. Please. Do it. Do it. Excuse me. How y'all feeling out there? Y'all feel good? Historic moments. Biden out. Yes, that is the biggest news of the week. Well, really, it happened like Saturday night, Sunday morning, somewhere up in there. Yeah, and I don't know. I've been trying to wait a little while to get some more information about it. I wanted to come on sooner, but I was just kind of waiting. But here we are. Let's go. Yeah, so it's been the politics is crazy, right? Like, who'd have thought it? Who'd have thunk it, right? Like, you know, my bingo card for 2024 did not have an attempted Trump assassination and Biden dropping out of the race. Like, and I was wrong. Clearly, I was wrong, and I'm strong enough, big enough, man enough to admit it. That, you know, I didn't think that Biden was going to drop out. I really didn't think so. You know, maybe that's the reason why they did those debates early, like they did, which is something they don't normally do. I don't think they've ever have a debate before the candidates were even nominated by their party, because that left room for this to happen. You know, it was like set up. Was Biden set up? And, you know, they're saying that behind the scenes, you got Obama, Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, you know, pulling the strings related to this situation. And, you know, I think about the Democratic establishment, and then it's like, you know, nobody voted for Kamala Harris, you know, and it's like the Democrats, I don't know, man, like, it seems like they try to supersede their voters all the time. They try to manipulate situations to keep from the outcomes that the people want. And I really don't like that. I've been following this for a while, and like since when Sanders ran for president, and they screwed him twice, like the time with Hillary Clinton and then the time with Joe Biden. And all those people who teamed up to make sure Sanders didn't make it that second time all became prominent figures. So it's like, if you bow to the Democratic establishment, to the powers that be, the ones that really run the show, then they give you gifts, and it furthers your career. So no wonder politicians don't have a spine, and seem like they don't stand for anything, because if they do, then they don't have a political future. They don't have a political career. Like, who would have thought that Kamala Harris will be in the position that she's in right now? Like, what a strange turn of events. You kiss the ring, you submit, and hey, you can have a great career in politics. You stand on your convictions and have morals. Not so much. Your political career won't last very long. This is what I see. I mean, hey, I'm just a guy, but this is what it looks like to me. Like Pete Buttigieg, like he was a nobody. Like, he bowed to the ring and he got a position in a party. Now they're mentioning his name as a possible VP person. Like, how did we get here? How did this happen? It's really crazy. And do a good job. The ones that are actually progressive, the ones that try to push for real change, they get pushed out. It's crazy. The people behind the scenes pulling the strings. You got the corporations and all the money, the Citizens United, the big donors. These are the people who really make decisions on, because we don't get to choose, really. I mean, we get to choose from Coke and Pepsi. The ones, it's like, here, you can choose from these options I have presented for you. The people are like, but hey, I don't really want that. I want something that's over there. No, that is not one of your options. These are your options over here. So you could choose one of these. But I don't really want that. I really want that over there. Like, how come I can't have? No, this over here is what you get to choose from. So ultimately, it's a illusion of choice. Man, oh man, oh man. I would have never thought that things would be where they are right now. Like, I really would have never thought this. Like, shows what I know. They get what they want regardless. So let's play a little bit of Democracy Now! I think they did a good job of giving the gist of the situation.
Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. President Joe Biden announced Sunday he's dropping his bid to seek re-election in a move upending the presidential race just 4 months before Election Day and a month before the Democratic National Convention. In a letter posted Sunday, Biden wrote he was stepping aside, quote, in the best interests of my party and the country. Biden endorsed his Vice President Kamala Harris, who quickly received the backing of many powerful Democrats, but could still face a challenge for the party's nomination. If elected, Harris would become the first woman to serve as U.S. president. She made history in 2020 when she became the first Black person, first person of South Asian descent, and first woman to be elected vice president. The 81-year-old Biden faced tremendous pressure to drop out following a disastrous debate with Donald Trump that raised questions about his physical and mental health, as well as his ability to beat Trump. Biden announced the decision while at his beach home in Delaware, where he has been isolating after testing positive for COVID. Biden's decision makes Trump, who is 78, the oldest presidential nominee in U.S. history. Questions about Biden's candidacy have been growing since at least last year. The activist group Roots Action launched a campaign called Don't Run Joe 20 months ago. During the primary season, more than 500,000 voters chose uncommitted instead of Biden to protest his support for Israel's war on Gaza. Biden's decision comes just 4 weeks before the Democratic National Convention begins in Chicago, August 19th, though the DNC is considered holding virtual roll call vote to lock in a nominee before the convention. The DNC Rules Committee will meet on Wednesday. The last open Democratic convention took place in 1968 in Chicago after Lyndon Johnson decided not to seek re-election. On Sunday, Harris wrote, quote, "I am honored to have the president's endorsement, and my intention is to earn and win this nomination." Kamala Harris has already picked up endorsements from 32 senators, 153 representatives, and 10 governors, as well as former President Bill Clinton and former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton. New York Democratic Congressmember Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez endorsed Harris, writing, quote, "It's crucial that our party and country swiftly unite to defeat Donald Trump and the threat to American democracy." AOC had warned against the effort to push Biden out, saying the demand was being driven by wealthy donors. Meanwhile, former President Barack Obama and former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi have yet to make any endorsement. Neither has independent Senator Bernie Sanders, who praised Biden as, quote, "the most pro-working class president in modern American history."
That part is really interesting to me. So Nancy Pelosi and Obama, the ones they say were pulling the strings behind the scene for this to happen, haven't endorsed Kamala, and who they want to take the spot or whatever. Maybe they're not. Maybe it has to do with like the consultants, right? The Democratic consultants who are like, we're looking at the numbers, we're looking at the polls. This person has the best chance of beating Trump. Maybe they have someone that has, I don't know where they would get polling numbers from for somebody who's not even been on the scene, for them to ask the people those questions. But still, it's really interesting to me, so Nancy Pelosi and Obama, they haven't endorsed Kamala yet. Is it going to happen? Are we going to see them actually endorse her or whatever? Or will it be someone else that's going to emerge on the scene that will get an endorsement from Nancy Pelosi? It's really surprising to me how powerful Nancy Pelosi is. Like, a lot of times, people always be talking about who is the president. Like the thing with Trump is like, Trump's going to come along, he's going to save America or whatever. And I'm like, the person who is the president is only in there for a certain amount of time. You have these people like Nancy Pelosi who are there for years and years and years and years. It's like that position is probably better than being the president. The president comes and goes. Those senators are there for a long time, man. And how much power does the president really have, especially if they're only going to be there for 4 to 8 years? And these senators are there, like, there's senators that's been in office since I started following politics, and that was a long time ago. And they are still there. So, what I'm trying to say is like the deep state, what they talk about the deep state, when you think about, like, I don't know, the Pentagon, what am I trying to think? Like Homeland Security, the different departments where and a lot of these people are unelected officials, but then you got the elected officials, the ones that stay there for a long time. These people are making decisions for a long time, man. Like the president is just the head, and clearly after what we've seen recently, what having to do with Biden, you know, it's looking like the president don't, you know, only makes a certain number of decisions, because the way Biden was talking, it wasn't like he wanted to step down. And the way that everything is happening, they're saying that it was pressure, you know, to force him to step down. So, you know, how powerful is the president really, is what I'm saying.
Unquote. Many Republicans, including House Speaker Mike Johnson and Vice Presidential nominee J.D. Vance, responded to Biden's announcement by calling on him to immediately resign as president. We'll have more on Biden's decision in the Democratic race after headlines.
You know, and who's to say? I didn't think that Trump would step down. Who's to say that he wouldn't even, you know, go as far as to resign as president? There's not much left in the presidency, you know, so I don't know what real difference it would make, but it would make a difference for Kamala Harris, because it would make her the president. And, you know, that would help with her, you know, campaign and so forth and so on. You know, they could say she has experience, and they could say that she's the incumbent, and, you know, all of this kind of stuff. So I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, at this point, as crazy as things are, I wouldn't be that crazy, you know, for Biden to go ahead and just bow completely out, you know, and it would definitely help Kamala a lot if he did that. What difference would it make to the rest of the presidency? You know, I don't know that it will make much difference. Let's see. I'm probably going to come back to that Democracy Now. Am I sharing? Can y'all hear me?
Just switch out a candidate would be wrong, and I think unlawful in accordance to some of these states' rules, for a handful of people to go in a back room and switch it out because they don't like the candidate any longer.
The GOP will probably mount legal challenges to try to forcibly keep Biden on the ballot in some states after he withdrew from the race on July 21st. But election administration and legal experts say those challenges likely won't work. Kentucky's former two-term Republican Secretary of State Trey Grayson said there aren't any grounds to challenge the Democratic Party from picking a different nominee, especially since the DNC hasn't even happened yet. It's a pretty frivolous claim. The filing deadlines haven't passed yet, and the Democrats haven't nominated anybody yet. Edward B. Foley, a law professor who leads Ohio State University's election law program, said the parties control the process as to who their nominee is. I just don't see how the Republican Party or anyone associated with the Republican Party would have any standing to bring any litigation in connection with this. And Richard Winger, a leading expert on state ballot access laws, said it's ridiculous for people to talk about replacing Biden. He hasn't been nominated yet. That's because, according to an Associated Press review of state election laws, Biden's withdrawal came before presidential ballot access deadlines in every state. And though Biden has clearly been the presumptive Democratic nominee for months, candidates do not formally accept their party's nomination until the convention itself, which doesn't begin until August 19th. The facts won't stop the GOP from trying, though. And honestly, who knows what the Supreme Court is capable of? Either way, this election just got a lot more interesting.
It's not possible to simply just switch out a candidate. It would be wrong, and I think unlawful in accordance to some of these states' rules, for a handful of people to go in a back room and switch it out because they don't like the candidate anymore.
Wrong, definitely. Unlawful, maybe it's lawful, but definitely wrong. Undemocratic, definitely. You know, that's what's happening, you know. And like I say, it's the Democratic Party, you know, they do this all the time, you know. They do this all the time. They are the ones who choose, you know, the voters don't really get to choose. And then, you know, so that's what I don't like about this. I really don't like how this really kind of shines a light on our democracy and how things actually work, and how people who aren't elected, people who aren't voted for, people who aren't chosen by the people end up being our representatives, you know? Now this, so this, they're trying to say that the Republicans are going to sue or whatever. And I wouldn't be surprised if they do, but like they said in this clip, don't know if it's going to be successful or not, you know, but it is a valid place to stand to say that it's not cool for some people in the back room to make these calls and not have a real, you know, like primary process where the people get to have a say. Let's read some comments. It says, doesn't matter. Biden has immunity and can do whatever he wants. SCOTUS said so. How does that relate to what we're talking about here? Like, tell me you're ignorant without telling me you're ignorant, bro. Like, that doesn't have anything to do with what's we're talking about here. Another comment says, what? You mean it should be illegal? I thought president had full immunity, so there's nothing illegal about it. They sound worried that it's not their favor right now. What are y'all talking about? So the president having immunity having to do with him dropping out of the race? That we're talking about how like the DNC is making the decisions on who is going to be the nominee and so forth and so on. And they said in this clip that the party gets to choose how they nominate their people. So that's should be within the law clearly, but we're not talking about something that Biden did illegally. You know what I mean? Like what if he was running for president and he decides to not run, how could that be illegal in any way? How would that have anything to do with immunity, presidential immunity? That's crazy. Another comment says, aren't these the same people saying that Biden should drop out? Another comment, first they howl that he's unfit to be president. Now they're howling about he dropped out. Kids complain less than they do. Another one, it says, we won't forget Roe, blue tsunami in November. Yeah, I doubt it. The Democrats really should do a better job in, you know, showing what they stand for, what policies they uphold, or what they're going to fight for. If you had the Democrats screaming, you know, we're going to fight against this abortion situation, but I don't hear that. I don't hear them saying that. And if they are, they should be saying it louder. Another comment, it says, the candidate was not switched. Biden dropped out. Exactly. Another one, Republicans are running scared right now. Another one, funny they bring this up while running a convicted felon. Some of these comments are really... Another comment says, the snowflakes have always been MAGA. Another one, they're good with keeping a felon on the ballot. They're running scared. I'm going to move on because these comments are kind of irritating me. Let's talk about the subject matter, y'all. I'm going to come back to that because they're grilling old girl about the assassination attempt.
All of the campaigns in which she has been the candidate, she has always outworked her opponents, whether it was the district attorney of San Francisco, the attorney general of the state of California, or the U.S. Senate from California. All those things represent a testing ground. She has passed all of the campaigns in which she has been the candidate. She has always outworked her opponents.
Outworked. I don't know. That choice of word just really kind of jumps out to me. Anyways, it says VP Kamala Harris, ex-lover and former San Francisco Mayor Willie Brown, who she slept with to apparently help propel her political career, says Kamala outworks, in quotation marks, the competition. Kamala dated Brown, who was legally married when she was 29 years old and he was 60. You know, you know, I'm just reading this, you guys, and I can't verify any of this information, but we know some of this is true as far as her connection to Willie Brown. Um, you know, did that help her political career? Was this guy actually married? I don't know about those things for sure. Allegedly, we could say these things allegedly. But I mean, she knows where her bread and butter is. When you're an ambitious person and you're trying to do certain things, and you're willing to do some things that's not so fun to get those things done. I wish I could see this picture of her better right here. She was really attractive, huh? When she was younger. So I mean, she used what she had to get what she needed to get, right? So, I mean, people, you know, look up to that depending on who the person is or whatever. Like you gotta use what you have to get what you want, right? I mean, like, how else are you gonna do it? So more power to her as far as that's concerned. But like I was saying earlier, like the shadiness of politics is really on display here, and how, like, you do kind of shady things, slimy things, low integrity things, and they can get you where you need to go in politics. Clearly, she has bubbled to the surface. It says new VP Kamala Harris ex-lover and former San Francisco Mayor Willie Brown, who she slept with to apparently help propel her political career, says Kamala outworks the competition. Kamala dated Brown, who was legally married when she was just 29 old and he was 60. In apparent exchange for their sexual relationship, Brown helped launch Kamala's political career. He appointed Harris to the California Unemployment Insurance Appeals Board and then to the Medical Assistance Commission. She earned $400,000 over 5 years. Brown also gifted Kamala a BMW. Certainly helped her with her first race for district attorney in San Francisco, Brown previously said. Now, again, I can't vouch for all of this right here, but that's what these people are saying. And whenever you get to this point where you're all eyes on you, everything that you did in the past, especially in politics, everything that you did in the past is gonna come out. Like, so this, you're gonna have to feel comfortable with people talking like this. You know that it's shady and mudslinging, and dirty game that you're in. They're going to pull stuff like this out, whether it's true or not, and try to hold it against you. Now, I don't know that any of this would really have an impact on someone who was gonna vote for her or whatever. I don't think it would. At the same time, you're definitely going to see ads coming soon. Like, they're probably making them right now. That's what the Trump campaign was kind of complaining about. I saw some clips, and Trump complaining about how, like, they had, geared their campaign to attack Biden or whatever. Now they spent a bunch of money already on ads and stuff. So now they got to start from scratch and start, but see, that's them crying. I don't feel sorry for them at all, because I mean, maybe their ads was that successful too, saying that Biden is, not capable of being president, cognitive decline and so forth and so on. It worked so well that now he's not even your competition no more. So you could say that you had great success with that. And then it's like, but I think from the Trump campaign, they're worried now, because I think they felt pretty comfortable that they would be able to beat Biden. And I was saying that too. I think that they were going to beat him, but now we don't know who they're going up against. So, if somehow the Democrats put up somebody, a decent candidate, then Trump could really have a run for his money. We're going to see. This is exciting. I ain't going to lie. Either way, I don't really have a dog in the race. I feel like it's two wings, same bird. They tend to give you the option of stir fry shit and bake shit. So you know, and I feel like if you really want things to change, you have to change the way we do the political system. Like, ranked choice voting would be a good thing. Overturning Citizens United, putting a cap on the amount of money that can be spent on a campaign. Giving the candidates equal like airtime on the news media. Stuff like that. Uh, the lobbying, as far as lobbying will always exist or whatever, but we can't let the corporations draw up legislation. Like, they shouldn't have so much of a influence on what legislation even comes to be voted on. And they shouldn't, it shouldn't be so much where this revolving door where people were lobbyists, they were politicians, they were lobbyists, and then they become CEOs, CFOs of these companies. Like, and they're sitting in a room with these politicians and they're friends with them, and we don't know about how much money, the gifts, all of that stuff. Like, that's where the focus needs to be on. So, because like I was saying before, it doesn't matter who is the president when you have this situation where these corporations can influence what legislation gets passed and what doesn't, or whatever. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter. It's just, and these corporations doesn't care. They don't care if it's a Republican or a Democrat in there, or if it's Trump or if it's Biden in there. They don't care one way or the other. They're going to get what they want regardless. So that's why, I don't really have much of, but this stuff is interesting as hell to me, like really, really. And so Biden dropping out has really kind of invigorated me or whatever, energized me to a certain point to be like really kind of interested in this stuff even more. Like, it's like we're definitely historic moments happening, every week. And I was saying it was going to be a crazy cycle this time. And oh my God, bro, like it keeps on escalating. You had the freaking attempted assassination on Trump. And then the next week you got Biden dropping out. It's like, bruh, like what's going to happen next week? What's going to happen next month? Another comment, it says, LMAO, no one seems to care about Trump's ex-lovers, but okay. Another comment, who was legally married? That's a weird way to phrase it. I'm implying that they were separated, but hadn't officially divorced in the court system. If so, that's hardly something worthy of criticism. Yeah, that's what I got from this too. So legally married. So apparently, they weren't together. So I mean, that's a common thing, but they're still trying to make it look like it's a jab at Kamala, like, oh, she's a housebreaker or whatever. But I don't know. Oh, buddy had his game going, I guess, being 60 years old, having a 29-year-old chick. I mean, good for him, I'd say. For her, not so much. But then too, if she got what she wanted out of the deal, that's what relationships are really about, right? It's a give and take. As long as both parties are getting what they want out of the deal, then who or anyone else to say anything about it, really? I mean, it shows the character of these people, but that's neither here nor there. They got to live with themselves at the end of the day. This is what I try to tell my daughter all the time is like, if you're a horrible person, you're just a terrible person, you have to go home and be in the room with a terrible person all the time. Like, you can't escape that. You can't run away from yourself. So if you're a horrible person, like your punishment is to be in the room with the horrible person all the time. Can't blame nobody else for your terribleness. I guess that's why these people, they distract themselves by trying to, be mean to other people. What do they say? Hurt people hurt people. It's a distraction. So, but after they get done hurting somebody, then they still got to sit in that room and look in the mirror, when they go brush their teeth or whatever. Like, they got to look at that terrible person. Another comment that says, back when crack was good. Oh, wow. Another comment that says, I bet she outworked them. Yeah, that's what the little phrase outworks really jumps out. Let me read this little clip again. It says, VP Kamala Harris' ex-lover and former San Francisco Mayor Willie Brown, who she slept with to apparently help prepare her political career, says Kamala outworks the competition. Kamala dated Brown, who was legally married when she was 29 years old and he was 60. So she outworked the competition, right? So like whoever was trying to maybe get into the position that she was in, she outworked them. I can only imagine what that means. I ain't gonna lie, like, and she has a history of dating like rich and powerful people, and then we know that California's politics is so shady. Like, it's like Texas. So we talk about Texas. Texas comes out a lot about how like the shadiness that happens within Texas, as far as it's a red state, but within the state, there's a lot of competition and shadiness happening within the Republican Party, because the Republicans, they're going to win or whatever, but it's still which Republican is going to win. So that's the thing, right? And, you have a machine that's going on that dictates the outcome of, who's going to win. And that's the reason why you can have someone like Abbott or Ted Cruz, who most of the state really don't like at all, but they still win. They still get their position because of how things work within the party and within the state. But they don't talk about California being very much the same. It's just like Texas with the way that the political machine works and the shadiness or whatever. It's just on the Democratic side. So it's like the Democrats are going to win. But which Democrat is it going to be? It's going to be the one who, kissed the ring. It's the one that was anointed. It's the one that bowed. It's the one that didn't stand for their convictions and was wishy-washy and opportunistic, And so that's the thing. Like, it's kind of like when they talk about AOC and they're like, oh, well, a warm glass of water could have won her district or whatever when she ran. But that's after she beat the other Democrat. You understand? And I think that's the part that people are missing, because AOC, she beat the guy who was he was a powerful person in the Democratic Party. He had held his position in that district for a really long time. He was well known. She was a nobody. And she came along with her progressive views and policies or whatever, and was able to grassroots organize and gain enough funding to beat that guy. So it was like a primary or whatever. So she beat the other Democrat. That was the real fight, because whoever won between them two was going to go on to win regardless. And that's where the warm glass of water quote actually is true, but that's leaving out the fact that there was a real fight between her and the guy who was there, the other Democrat. I don't know if y'all follow me on that. Is this the one on that? Yeah, we're not going there yet. Let's stay on Kamala. There was the clip. Can I play this? Should I play it? That's the question. I saw a video that was freaking hilarious. It was one of those like deep fake videos, one of those modified videos of Biden. I'm gonna play it. Let me see. Let me find it. Oh, it was on X. Did I retweet it? I don't think I retweeted it. Yeah, I don't think I retweeted it. Mike Sparaza. Let's see if we can find it right quick. Did I retweet it? No, I didn't, because I wasn't planning on sharing it, because I was like, it's kind of has some bad language in it. And, I try my best to not be very offensive on this show, because I know some people really have a problem with the language. And anyways, I'm gonna play it anyways. So kids exit stage left, and if you're sensitive or whatever, here's a trigger warning. But this is hilarious to me.
For brains. Well, I won't miss my fellow Americans. I want to take a moment to address some of the hateful shit you've been talking about me. Many of you have said I am suffering from brain worms or that I have applesauce for brains. Well, I won't mince words, so here it is. Fuck you. You're all a bunch of faggots. End of quote. Repeat the line. So enjoy President Cackles or President Booty Juice. I really don't give two fucks anymore. Biden out. My fellow Americans.
Enjoy President Cackles or President Booty Juice. Oh my God. Oh my God, bro. Like, come on. And, you know, the laugh, Kamala's laugh is pretty damn annoying and irritating. It's like that. It's like that nervous laugh that you do to cover up something or to hide something, to be like, you know, I don't really know what you're talking about, or it's a person that you're supposed to remember and you don't remember them, or you don't remember their name or something like that, or, you know, you did something embarrassing, like, you know, you fell down, you tripped, you know, you wasn't paying attention and you did something silly. Like, it's that nervous laugh. It's the fakeness of it that's, I think, is so cringy, you know. And she does it all the time. I'm sure that's her little signature thing that she does, you know, in situations to give me time to think of an answer type of deal and stuff like that. It's freaking hilarious. So I know that one is gonna come out, and that's gonna be like Trump has already, you know, he gives everybody nicknames, and he has one for Kamala, and it's something like that, something having to do with her laugh. I can't remember right now what it is, like cackle or something like that. And so yeah, we're gonna see a lot of that for sure over the next few months as things go on, especially if she ends up being the nominee, you know. But and then the booty juice joke, and back when Pete Buttigieg was running for president, that was one of the ones that they were saying. Anyways, this clip, I'm gonna play it one more time. This is extremely hilarious to me. You know, if I think his poll numbers would go way the hell up if he actually said some stuff like this. I think people will like him more or whatever, you know. And then even though they're playing with the words or whatever and they're changing it up, but he sounds more coherent, you know, in this or whatever, even though we know it's not true or it's not real or whatever, you know. But, you know, it's really sad, though, at the end of the day, you know, even though the jokes about the brain being applesauce or whatever, it's funny, but it's really sad, you know, the cognitive, clearly decline that has happened with Biden. So, and the thing is, what I was saying before, like, I don't feel sorry for the Democrats at all, because they had a chance to have a vibrant freaking primary, and they could have selected a better candidate. They chose a terrible candidate because they wanted to screw over the American people as far as the voters and what they wanted. Because you have to go back to the first primary. Well, the when Biden got, not this time, when he beat Trump, that situation where they, you know, Sanders was surging and it looked like he was going to get the nomination, and they went behind the scenes. So that's what's similar to what's happening right now. They went behind the scenes and made deals with Pete Buttigieg, Kamala Harris, and others, and got them to drop out because it was breaking up the votes, you know. And that's what that's what would have helped Sanders was going to win. He was going to win the nomination. So all of a sudden, late in the thing, Biden jumps in the race. The other ones drop out. And, you know, like the party unified behind Biden to make sure that he got the nomination and to make sure that Sanders didn't get it, you know. And they did the exact same thing when Hillary Clinton was running for president. And it wasn't a good decision. Like I say, the Democrats get paid to lose. you know, and then you got those behind the scene people who are the ones that's holding on to power. So that's really what it's about. And they don't care if they win this election this time. You know, they don't care. Long as the people that, you know, the ones that are running the show get to stay running the show. You know, as long as people continue to kneel and kiss the ring, and the Democratic machine gets to roll on the way that it has been going on historically, and things don't really change. That's it. So yeah, freaking Hillary Clinton was a terrible choice, and she wasn't the choice of the people. Not really. She kind of just got put in there. You know, she felt like it was her turn. It's my turn. So, you know, I get to go, and, you know, I can beat Trump or whatever. Apparently you couldn't. And apparently you wasn't a good candidate. You lost, you know, and the way that they went about doing that is what turned off a lot of voters and caused them to switch to the other side. And that's the same thing that happened. And Biden just barely squeaked his butt into the damn presidency. And, you know, time goes on, and the fact that he's a terrible candidate just became more and more apparent. They screw them. The Democrats, they screw themselves. They're like, they lose on purpose. Long as the machine continues to roll in the way that it has been, that's what they really care about. They're okay with losing. Anyways, let me play this one more time.
My fellow Americans, I want to take a moment to address some of the hateful shit you've been talking about me. Many of you have said I am suffering from brain worms, or that I have applesauce for brains. Well,
I'm suffering from brain worms, or I have applesauce for brains. Well, apparently JFK Jr. is the one that has the worm in the brain thing. You know, I always thought it was really weird that he let that come out. I don't know that I would have if I was him, especially that I'm running for president. It's like, you know, maybe they felt like it was just going to come out anyways, but I'm sure they could have kept a good hold on that and, you know, kept it low and denied it until after the election. You know, why the hell did they let that out? I don't know. Anyways, that's funny.
Well, I won't mince words, so here it is. Fuck you. You're all a bunch of faggots. End of quote. Repeat the line.
End of quote. Repeat the line.
So enjoy President Cackles or President Booty Juice?
President Cackles or President Booty Juice?
I really don't give two fucks anymore. Biden out. My fellow.
Don't care anymore. I don't think that Biden wanted to run the first time. They forced him. Like I say, this shows who's really running the show, because I don't think Biden really wanted to run. They called him up and he was like, man, it looks like Sanders going to win this. We got to get you in there, bro. Go, Joe. We can't let Sanders win. The whole thing, the whole political sphere would be so different today had they not done that. Anyways. You know, and I'm wondering why Sanders' name isn't popping up on the list of possible people to replace Biden right now. You know, why isn't his name getting floated? And I think it shows, you know, who's really running the show. And they don't want Sanders. That's why his name isn't even popping up in this. He's not a part of that kiss the ring crowd, you know? Because, I mean, whether you like him or not, he could be a person that could beat Trump. And if they really want to win, then you would think that they would be picking folks who could win. You know, if that's what really matters. But that's not what really matters. What matters is who's going to kiss the ring, who is going to support, you know, our agenda, who's going to go along with whatever we tell them to do. So I don't think the president is nearly as powerful as we think they are. It's some people behind them way more powerful. And they get to not catch the scrutiny, you know. They get to not be in the limelight. So this is one of the things that was on my mind about this situation. And in the group chat, we were texting back and forth about this. But yeah, who would be the VP pick? If because right now it's looking like, I mean, as crazy as things has been, who knows what's going to happen. But right now it's looking like Kamala Harris is going to be the she's definitely in the best position to end up being the person who gets the nomination. So if she does get the nomination, then who would be the VP pick? What is the names that's going to be on the ticket? You know, and so earlier we mentioned that Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton endorsed Kamala Harris for president, but people are also saying that Hillary Clinton's name is being floated, you know, as a possible person that could end up being the nomination, you know, or even a VP. But I don't think so. You know, it showed that she couldn't beat Trump the first time. Why would they again? I mean, like, it doesn't make any sense what they do. They do seem like they be wanting to lose. So, you know, hey, maybe they would do it, but logically it wouldn't make good sense. You know, she couldn't pull it off the first time. Why would you think she'd be able to do it? That was her best shot at it. This is not going to be it. Anyways, it says, who could Kamala Harris pick as VP if she wins the nomination? Here are a few possible contenders for a potential Harris ticket this November. Gretchen Whitmer. Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer, a lawyer, educator, and former prosecutor, has served the state since 2018. Since taking her oath of office, she has signed executive directives to clean up Michigan's drinking water and end discrimination in state government based on sexual orientation and gender identity, secure equal pay for equal work, and expand opportunities for small and disadvantaged businesses, according to her congressional biography. Yeah, and her name is another one of the names that I'm sure this list is going to be interchangeable between who can actually be the nominee and who would be the VP. So the list is going to be the same or similar. Basically, if it, you know, maybe it won't be Kamala Harris, it could be Gretchen Whitmer for the nomination. So this list is for the VP. Josh Shapiro. Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro has been serving the state since 2023 and was previously elected to the Pennsylvania House of Representatives in 2004. He represented the 153rd District until 2012. Shapiro ran for Pennsylvania Attorney General in 2016, was reelected in 2020. The governor gained national attention following the I-95 overpass collapse in June 2023, when he worked to reopen the interstate in just 2 weeks. Yeah, this guy's name has been popping up a lot, so I don't know. I think Whitmer would be a better, I mean, I don't know. Then you're going to have two women and you're going to have people that's going to say that's a problem, so I don't know. But personally, I feel like Gretchen Whitmer would be a better choice. Roy Cooper. North Carolina Governor Roy Cooper is the state's 75th governor and has worked in public service since 1987. As governor, Cooper says he has created tens of thousands of new jobs, fought to boost public education, tackled the opiate crisis, revitalized rural communities, and made sure North Carolinians have training to fill the jobs of today and tomorrow, according to his website. Cooper previously served 4 terms as state attorney general. I don't know. What did he say? Tackled the opiate crisis. I don't know how, you know, the illusions of grandeur is what I think of when I look at that list of things that he said he accomplished. Moving on, Phil Murphy. New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy has led the state since 2018 and is the first Democratic governor to serve a second term in 44 years. Since taking office, Murphy has championed the state's 15 per hour minimum wage and expanded paid family leave, according to his website. The governor has led initiatives to provide a tuition-free public college education for qualified students, embraced policies that have driven down the cost of health care, and expanded protections for the state's immigrant and LGBTQIA plus communities. Murphy has enacted gun safety laws to combat gun violence and promote responsible gun ownership. I don't know who this guy is, honestly. Like, I don't know who this guy is, And if I don't know who he is and I kind of follow politics, I'm sure the voters aren't going to know who this guy is. So just that alone would make him not. I mean, I guess for a VP pick, but yeah, this name wasn't on the other list. Like I said, I don't know who this guy is. Like, I don't think it's a good choice just because of that. Andy Beshear. Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear is currently serving his second term for the state after initially being elected in 2019. Beshear has led an education-first administration and works to protect public education and support teachers, according to his website. He believes affordable health care is a human right and has expanded access to health care for nearly 100,000 Kentuckians by eliminating governmental roadblocks as governor. In 2022, Kentucky was one of only 8 states to see a decrease in drug overdose deaths, according to his website. That's pretty damn something that you can say you did right there. Decrease in overdose deaths. The other guy said he attacked the opiate crisis, but this guy said, they say it was a decrease in drug overdose deaths. So that means this guy actually did have an impact. I think healthcare should be, I don't know why we don't talk about it. Ever since COVID should have been the moment that we realize our healthcare system is ass and trash and needs dramatic improvement. But the conversation went on to, I don't know, it focused on the jabs, The conversation should have been, how are we going to prepare for future breakouts like this? What's going to happen in the future? Can we set it up so people can go to the doctor without worrying about paying an arm and a leg, and a healthier, if your neighbor is healthier and they don't contract some transmissible disease, then that makes it safer for you, right? Wouldn't you want your neighbor to be healthy and not, sick with something that they could spread to you? Like the public good, wouldn't that be something that you feel like is a good idea? To have healthy neighbors so they can't spread disease to you? I mean, like, it's common sense as hell. Like, and why haven't we been having a real serious debate on healthcare after we had a freaking global pandemic where a lot of people died? And a lot of it was because of we weren't able to deal with it because our healthcare system is trash. Wes Moore. Maryland Governor Wes Moore has been serving the state since 2022 when he became the first Black governor. He previously served as a U.S. Army captain in Afghanistan and was the CEO of Robin Hood Foundation, New York City's largest poverty-fighting organization. Moore gained national attention for his efforts to get full federal funding for the rebuilding of the Francis Scott Key Bridge after its collapse in March. The governor pardoned more than 175,000 convictions of cannabis possession and paraphernalia possession, according to his website. Yeah, I wonder why more governors don't do that, given the legality of marijuana at this point. The ticket would look weird with 2 Black people on it, I think, Kamala Harris is barely Black. I mean, she appears to be Black, so I don't know, identity politics. So she looks the part, so I guess that's good enough. But then, so it would look weird, I think. Even me coming from a Black guy, this is the United States after all, and having Kamala Harris and Wes Moore next to each other in the photos on the flyers and stuff, it would look weird, I think. I don't know if it would help them get votes. What I'm saying is, you pick a VP to balance the ticket out, to help you in your weakness areas, to get voters that maybe you can't get or whatever, to bring in some more people, basically. So, but with the identity politics situation, Kamala's gonna get, she'll probably get women, you know, being the first woman possible president, and she'll probably get a number of black people. She went to a HBCU, and a lot of people look at that as, you know, makes her quote unquote black, or she supports black, even though there's a clip of her saying, no, I'm not going to do something that's going to help black people, exclusively black people. No, why would I do that? So, but like I said, the ticket with Wes Moore wouldn't add to the ticket, because the identity politics thing is what's going to help her, but putting him on there with her is not going to add any additional thing. So you would need some kind of balance. So I think the two black people on the ticket wouldn't be a good look if they really want to win. J.B. Pritzker, Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker is serving his second term in office after being elected in 2019 and again in 2022. He's known for enacting progressive reforms in healthcare, labor rights, and climate change, according to his website. Pritzker is working to bring reform to the criminal justice system and has worked to prioritize mental health, his website states. I don't know who this guy either is. Pritzker. I don't know who that is. Mark Kelly. Arizona Senator Mark Kelly has been in office since 2020 and is a former Navy combat pilot and NASA astronaut. During his tenure, Kelly has advocated for military aid to Ukraine and Israel and is a member of the Senate Armed Service Committee and the Joint Economic Committee, according to his website. Would never think that somebody who was an astronaut would want to be in politics. You know, I always think of people who are astronauts as really smart folks. And I mean, no offense to politicians, but it's like, what do they say? Politics is dang it, I can't think of the phrase, but comparing it to Hollywood, and Hollywood has prettier folks. So it's like politics is like show business for ugly people or something like that, you know. And it's the same thing, I think, related to like really, really smart folks. Like, not to say that the politicians aren't really smart, because some of them are really very smart, but it's like really smart people tend to go into academics, right? They write a book, they become professors and stuff like that. And it's like, it doesn't seem to me that there's a crossover between really smart people and politicians. Like, it's like, if you're really smart, you're too smart to be a politician. Like, as far as like, that wouldn't be a good decision, like, or a good use of your talents or whatever. Man, I tried to clean that up and it didn't work. Apologies to everybody I just offended. ABC 13, Vice President Kamala Harris begins her 2024 presidential campaign following President Joe Biden's decision to end his re-election bid. Predictions are swirling around possible Harris running mates. ABC News Chief Washington correspondent John Carl weighed in on a few possible contenders for potential Harris ticket this November. So it's basically this guy's thoughts of this. But I've seen other lists, and some of these names, most of these names are on the other lists. Comments, it says, let's be real, she's not fit to be president as well. I mean, based on what? I mean, I don't like her very much. Her laugh is pretty annoying, but I mean, those things aren't things that can, you know, make an argument to be unfit for president. And you could not agree with her policies too. I mean, that's how you would look at it, be like, her policies aren't good, but we don't really know much about her policies, really. You know, we haven't had a chance to scrutinize Kamala Harris's policies alone. You know what I mean? Like, she's been underneath Biden, so it's like, even if she disagreed or whatever, you wouldn't see that as the VP. So we don't really know where she stands on a lot of issues. So right now, that's what the Democratic Party should be doing, is trying to give Kamala a voice and letting the people know where she is on topics. Like, I would be really curious to know where she stands on the Israel-Hamas war. I would love to know where she stands on that, like clearly where she stands on that. She did come out some weeks ago, or maybe it was a month or so ago, talking about calling for a ceasefire or whatever. But I think that was related to the Biden campaign and trying to soften up the, pushback against the Israel-Hamas war on the Democratic side and make it look like they cared or whatever. But because that didn't align with what's the lady who was she represents the United States in the UN Council or whatever it is, and they were vetoing ceasefires left and right. So if you got your VP saying, yeah, let's call for a ceasefire, but the person that votes in representing the United States vetoes the ceasefire, then what are you saying here? And Biden was saying that I'm a Zionist. I'm clearly a Zionist, and Israel is our number one ally in the region, and we have to support them no matter what. So yeah, we know where Biden was on it, and that's another part of the legacy that Biden's going to leave is how he dealt with the Israel-Hamas war post October 7th. And also, I think another part of why he was going to have a hard time winning the election this time around, because the people on his side or whatever, on the Democratic side, the left or the liberals or the progressives, whatever the hell you want to call them, a lot of them wasn't happy with how the United States dealt with the Israel-Hamas war. So that wasn't a good, that wasn't going to help him in November. That was a lot of people were going to vote against him because of that, or just not show up. Like, one of the biggest issues of this deal is that you've got abortion, you've got the border, and you've got the economy as far as inflation and stuff, and then you've got the Israel-Hamas war. Like, those are the big deals for this election. Another comment says, Texas is not voting for Kamala. We're voting orange. Okay. Another comment says, she won't win. Trump Vance. Another comment, we're going to die in USA if we get her as president. Damn, that's extreme. How are you going to die? Somebody's going to come kill you? Like, her being the president is going to lead to your death. Another comment says, the U.S. is a joke, and whoever vote for her is too. Now that she's running, I hope Trump or somebody else win. Man, I was talking about that too. Like, I wonder how the rest of the world is looking at the U.S. right now. Is like, they're like, you guys need to get y'all stuff together. What's going on? What's going on with the United States, bruh? I don't know, man. They got some internal issues. Someone tried to kill the guy who's running for president. The other guy dropped out right before the election. We don't know. What's up with those guys? It seems like they're on drugs. I think they're on drugs. We need to put the U.S. in rehab. Comments, it says, no one likes her. She can't keep staff members. She didn't get one vote for president when she ran against Biden. What do you mean she didn't get one vote? She never, like, the first part of your comment is fair. No one likes her. There's truth in that. She can't keep staff members. That I've heard that. She didn't get one vote for president when she ran against Biden. You lost me there. You lost me there. She, in the primary, she actually was doing okay for a while. That's the reason why they had to make her drop out, because she was drawing votes, away. And it would have been a problem to make sure that Biden won. So Buttigieg and Kamala had to drop out. I can't remember the other names right now. Sanders stayed in there, but that's the one that, ultimately, but Biden beat him because they consolidated behind Biden. Historic ass thing. It says, doesn't matter who she picks, she would never be president. Another comment. She ain't picking anyone they're gonna pick for her. Probably. Another comment. She's done nothing for this country. Another comment. She won't win. Another one. If she becomes president, we're gonna have another 4 year of misery. Another comment. World War III first week if she is elected. Another comment. I just don't care. Cover Houston News or I'm unfollowing. Because this is ABC 13. Another comment that says, maybe she could choose one of the defendants that she put behind bars while blocking evidence from being heard that would exonerate them. Ooh, burn. And see, this is the reason why I don't like her. This is the reason why I don't like her. The history behind her being a prosecutor and attorney general in California and stuff that she did there. But again, when you look out for the state, when you do shady things, that's how you get, and that's probably why she did what she was doing. She had ambition, and she knew what to do to get where she needed to go. She didn't care about those poor black people who were innocent and went to jail. Another comment. Wait a hot second. She can't just magically appear on the ballot. Lawsuits are already being filed. This switch is unconstitutional. I don't know where they're going to get the unconstitutionality of it from, because the parties get to choose who's the nomination, and the party hasn't yet chosen who is nominated for their party. So, I don't know. A lot of these people really don't understand politics, and everyone has an opinion.
Be tougher to beat? No, not at all. We are excited about Kamala being at the top of the ticket, and I have suggested that the president should resign. The reason is, if everyone acknowledges that he is incapable of running a campaign, then he's clearly incapable of running the country. I mean, he has the nuclear codes. He has major decisions he has to make every single hour of every day, and he does not have the faculties to do so now. Everyone acknowledges that, including the Democrat Party. I think that should weigh the decision on whether he should continue to serve. We are suggesting and calling upon him to resign and do the right thing for the country. We live in dangerous times. Our adversaries see all this as well. We're keeping steady hands at the wheel, and I'll look into every camera and tell our adversaries, regardless of the drama surrounding Joe Biden, this country is ready to act and to defend our interests. The Congress is resolute on that, and the U.S. military is ready at any time. Do not look at this as some sort of opportunity. She will not be tougher to beat. No, not at all. We are excited about Kamala being at the top of the.
That's a fair argument. I am not gonna lie. I don't know what can you say to go against that particular argument. I mean, if you feel like he's incapable, that he's not all there mentally, his mental faculties aren't there after the debate. That's what it looked like. And if you feel like he's not capable to run a campaign, he's not going to be viable president in November, which is only a few months away. You can also make the argument that all of that is true now, and given that he is the president right now, and we know that Biden can possibly really be running the show. And I was just making the argument that the presidents don't really have that much power at the end of the day, anyways. And it's not like he's going to have a senile moment and go in the room and press the button and send some nuclear missiles to Russia or something, which it doesn't work like that. But at the same time, I mean, that this is a fair argument right here, for him to go ahead and bow completely out. I don't see it happening, but I said I didn't see him dropping out of the race. So what the hell do I know? And it would probably be a good move, and it would help Kamala a lot. As far as anything else, it probably wouldn't make very much difference. But still, this argument is definitely a valid argument. Sky News, it says Joe Biden incapable of running the country, says House Speaker, as he calls on President to resign. Comments, it says I wasn't voting for Biden, but now I'm all in for Kamala, and there are a lot of us. I wonder about that. I really do wonder about that. How much does this really help the Democratic Party? Like, I was thinking that Biden wasn't going to win, and so a lot of people weren't happy with Biden. So him dropping out, how much does it actually help the Democrats? Is it really a lot of people out there that thinks like this guy right here, who wasn't going to vote? Maybe they were going to stay home. Maybe they were going to protest this election. The ones that switched over, that's going to vote for Trump or whatever, I doubt that they would come back and switch back as a result of Biden dropping out. But the ones that decided to, that felt like they were going to stay home, they were just going to protest this election, this might actually get them up out of their seat and get them to go vote. I wonder about that. We're going to have to see, and, polls and stuff are going to have to start coming out, and let's do some interviews. Some people go out and do some interviews and ask people, I want to hear from those people who are going to stay home and what they think. And did this change their move? Another comment says Trump 78 is the oldest ever nominee for president in the U.S. history. They've been saying that over and over again. So ever since Biden dropped out, so I guess they're gonna try to attack Trump in that way with his age or whatever. But it's, in the debate, Trump was really sharp. I didn't agree with the stuff that he was saying, but he was mentally sharp. He was on point and like aware, He looked really sharp. So, I mean, you could talk about the dude's age or whatever, but he's clearly, aware and sharp. So I think that the age argument is going to ring hollow. It worked really well against Biden, but Biden was stumbling over his words and, not being able to walk upstairs and, saying the wrong names and, Another comment that says GOP are nervous. Another one, if he resigns, who will the president? I guess they were saying who will be the president. Clearly, it will be Kamala, bro. Like, I don't know. You don't know how politics works. She's the VP. Anything happens to the president, the VP automatically becomes the president. That's the point of having a VP, is so that things will keep on going even if you lose the president. I think the third spot is Speaker of the House. And I think that's why, people don't realize how powerful the speaker is. They become president. I want to say they're number 3. What do they call it? Succession. Another comment says he's been incapable for 4 years. Another one, where is Biden? How come he hasn't verbally spoke about his dropping out? Where are they hiding him? I mean, what's the point in hearing him speak? I mean, I don't know. He probably will come out and have some kind of something, some kind of event. It'll probably be a fundraising event for Kamala or whoever is nominated. Another comment, it says, great to see the Republican House Speaker backing Harris as president. If even for 6 months he is acknowledging she is fit to lead. That's a twist, but yeah. Another comment, Trump Vance 2024. Another one. So why was no one calling for LBJ to resign when he chose not to run? Mr. Trump's Johnston isn't all that bright, is he? Well, I mean, I don't know exactly. The reason why LBJ dropped out was related to the war and how people weren't happy with the Vietnam War and they were protesting in the streets and so forth and so on. That's a different situation to cognitive decline, you know, clearly. Another comment says Mike Johnson needs to shut up. Another one, vote blue. Another one, he is speaking sense. Is it not totally irresponsible to remain as president? Yeah, you know, I have to say that he's actually making sense here. It could have been politically motivated, but I don't know what benefits, how that would benefit the Republicans for Trump to actually, I mean, Biden to actually, you know, step down as president. How does that help the Republicans at all? I don't see that helping them in any way, really. I see it helping the Democrats. I see it helping Canada. I agree with what he said. Where y'all at, man? Where my dogs at?
24 hours after the announcement, it appears the Democrats are circling around Kamala Harris. At this point, I believe it is extremely likely Kamala Harris will be the Democrat nominee. As the sitting vice president, she's been endorsed by Joe Biden, at least via tweet. He has not spoken to the American people. She's been endorsed by Bill and Hillary Clinton. She's been frantically endorsed by potential opponents as we begin to see the auditioning go on for who's going to be her VP nominee as they desperately circle around. Understand this was the plan. The Democrat Party is cynical, but they're also savvy. There is a reason they did this right after the Republican convention. I was in Milwaukee for the Republican convention. I've never seen as strong a convention in my life. And the Democrats timed this announcement to try to counteract any bounce that comes out of the convention and to hope that the media spends the next month singing the hosannas of Kamala Harris and whatever very boring white guy she picks as her VP. And sadly, the Democrats are such bean card counting parties that is exactly what she's looking for, is give me Wonder Bread. That will be the VP nominee. Less than 24 hours after the announcement, it appears the Democrats are circling around.
I agree. I think it will be a white guy specifically. The identity politics punch card is going to be that. Like I say, the way that the flyers will look is important. And so, yeah, being that she's a woman and being that she's a black woman, the balance to the ticket would be a white man, you know. It'll just make it more palatable for a lot of voters. So, I mean, like it, love it, doesn't really matter. This is just the state of you know, United States politics. I think it will be a white man. If she's the nominee, the VP will likely be a white man. That list that we just went down, it didn't have Gavin Newsom on that list, and Gavin Newsom is a likely contender. So Chronicle.com, it says the Democratic Party is cynical, but they're also savvy. Ted Cruz spoke at the Harris County Republican Party headquarters for the first time since President Joe Biden dropped his campaign for re-election. Comment, it says, give me Wonder Bread, Ted Cruz said about the Democratic Party. That is so funny coming from him. Give me Wonder Bread. Bro, you talking about yourself. Talk about generic Anglo-Saxon. Comment, it says, we lost power recently. Shouldn't you be in Cancun? Oh, stabs. Burns. Another comment, why hasn't he helped Houston during the power outage? You know, Ted Cruz is not he's a state senator, so I mean I get the argument or whatever, but Houston is just one city in the state. So like, I don't know if you feel like he should represent Houston alone or whatever, but I guess it's a fair comment. Guess it is a fair comment. Another comment says Ted Cruz left you to freeze. Then he left you to scorch. If you support him, you only care what he says and not what he does. You know, like I was saying earlier, I don't know that Ted Cruz is all that popular in Texas, but it doesn't really matter because of the way the politics work in Texas. You know, they're gonna, you know, he just got reelected not that long ago, so he's got a whole nother like 4 years or so left in his deal before he has to run again, and he probably would win again. I mean, it's just the way things work. Another comment says, "Why did he leave Houston during the freeze?" Because he was cold. Shit. His lights was out. You know what I'm saying? He was all like, "Man, I did it for the kids. You know, I didn't want my children to suffer or whatever." Everybody was like, "Man, whatever, bro." He gonna have a hard time living that down. He's gonna always be remembered as the guy who did that. The photo op of him, you know, at the airport was crazy. The rest of us was sitting here like his ass was at the airport with some like blow up some floaties. Another comment says, "Nobody give a damn what Theodore thinks." You know, what is his name? His name is Raphael. I want to say he has a very Hispanic name. I can't think of it right now. But yeah, so Theodore is not it. He has a Hispanic name, and I think his middle name is, he goes by Ted because it makes him more palatable. It's crazy how these people are, man. The ones that, anyways, I'm not gonna go there. I don't want to offend everybody. Let's move on. Another comment: Has Ted ever even one sentence that wasn't a partisan hack job? It's always negative partisanship with him, each and every time. Why the man is so low? Another comment: Typical Cancun Cruz shows up after the storm. Another one: I think I've seen this guy at George's in Montrose. Oh, burn. You know, like what's his name from Florida with his high heel boots. Yeah, I think a lot of these people are in the closet. Come on out the closet, bro. It's okay. We won't judge you, man. Another comment says, "Who is he and why is the waste even in the media when Texas lost power for almost 2 weeks and he is nowhere to be found?" Another one: "I know he is nervous because his chances of losing has increased exponentially." Losing what? His election wasn't that long ago. He's in there. Another comment: "I think a lot of people really don't understand the politics. It's the House of Representatives, they go up every 2 years. The Senate goes every 6 years." Another comment: "Ted wants our daughters to suffer with unviable pregnancies. He wants taxes for private school businesses. He doesn't support Ukraine. He encouraged the attack on U.S. Capitol Police in the January 6th insurrection." Well, I don't support Ukraine like that either. I mean, more power to them or whatever, but I don't support us spending money for their situation. So, I mean, maybe that's an unpopular opinion, but I'm with Cruz on that one. Another comment says, "LOL, Cruz needs to worry about his own politician firing. Dude has ran his last Senate campaign." I don't know if that's true, y'all. You know, when he ran for re-election this last time, it was after the Cancun thing. So I don't know where do y'all get, you know, I don't know where y'all get that from. It says, "How master political tactician Nancy Pelosi quietly sealed Biden's fate." So, yeah, it's looking like Nancy Pelosi, that's what they're saying. Nancy Pelosi, Obama, Chuck Schumer, These people were behind the scenes ensuring that Biden gets up out of there. And then we said at the beginning of the show that Nancy Pelosi and Obama haven't endorsed Kamala Harris. So they might be ousting both of them. We're going to see. Another comment, it says, former Speaker Nancy Pelosi, wait, no, this is the caption. I'm sorry, NBC News caption. Former Speaker Nancy Pelosi stepped down from her powerful perch leading House Democrats nearly a year and a half ago, but behind the scenes sources say Pelosi played a critical role in delicately nudging President Biden to the exits. Pelosi worked quietly and methodically, speaking to scores of rank-and-file lawmakers, members of her old leadership team, and her large network of Democratic donors who had once made her the party's most prolific fundraiser. So that's the thing about being a House minority leader or House majority leader or whatever. Fundraising is your main deal because you are the one who funnels the funds from the DRC or the RNC to candidates to help them get elected, because if you're not as popular or whatever, it may be more difficult for you to, raise enough money to win an election because nowadays it's costing more and more and more and more to win. And the fundraising becomes so critical for these people. They don't have a chance if they can't raise money. So they have these PACs that they do. And, if you're the Speaker of the House or whatever, your job is to raise money to be given to the lower races. And Nancy Pelosi obviously is really good at that kind of deal. And that's also the ones that run the show because, like I say, you can't win without the money. So you need to rub shoulders with the right person, shake hands with the right person, kiss the ring, submit, give concessions to these people. Like, people don't give away money freely, bro. Like, they're going to want something back for that. So it's like, what are you going to do for us? We're going to give you $10 million. What are you going to do for us? Well, when I get elected, I'm going to do such and such and such. We're going to pass legislation that makes deregulates the industry that you are in or some shit like that. Like it's corruption through and through. Reading on, it says on Friday, 13 congressional Democrats called on Biden to exit the race, the most defections in a single day, handing him what would be the fatal blow to his campaign. The groundswell on Friday of members calling for him to step down was all Nancy's doing, said a vulnerable House Democrat who spoke with Pelosi last week. That person obviously don't want to be named. It was all vintage Pelosi, who had made history as the first female Speaker of the House and had ruled House Democrats with a velvet glove for 2 decades, guide Democrats to where they needed to go and have them make the decision. Comments, it says, let us be clear, Biden has made a decision similar to George Washington. At a critical inflection point of the nation, he made a decision to protect democracy and move the nation forward. Wow. Like, those are really heavy ass words right there. And I mean, I've been seeing a lot of memes saying stuff similar to this, trying to make Biden look really good or whatever, like he made a decision for the people instead of his ego or whatever. And it's like, that's the opposite of Trump and all of this. And it's like, whatever, bro. Y'all are full of BS with that. Like, you're trying to compare Biden to George Washington. Like, come on, bro. Come on, man. And even in the situation with George Washington, I don't think, they basically forced George Washington to be president. He did not want it. He didn't want the job, like, or whatever. So him stepping down after 2 terms wasn't necessarily him trying to protect democracy. They didn't know that this was going to be the precedent, and they were going to make it so where the presidents only do 2 terms and all of that and so forth and so on. Bro, come on, bro. Like, come on, man. Another comment says Biden's age sealed his fate. It should seal Trump's fate too. No more olds. I mean, I guess it's a good argument about people being too old or whatever, but I think it had more to do with his cognitive ability than his age. Just because someone is older doesn't mean that they're not all there mentally, but clearly Biden wasn't all there mentally. So he could have been younger. He could have been 10, 15 years younger and still had that kind of cognitive decline. And it still would have we still would have had the same result or whatever. We still would have been saying the same things. So we don't say that about the Supreme Court justices, and they have freaking lifetime appointments. What's her name? The one who passed away. Has it been a year? What is her name? It's right on the tip of my tongue. Can't think of her name. But anyway, she had a what do you call it? I want to say power of attorney, but that's not it. When you have somebody who manages your affairs for you because you're not necessarily capable of doing it. She had one of those while she was a sitting Supreme Court justice. So she was making decisions on the country, but she couldn't make decisions on her own estate. Comments, it says, and yet all we heard was Joe Biden is in the top shape, sharp and ever, and the only one capable to beat Donald Trump. It is evidence we were lied to. So who was actually running the country for the last 3.5 years? That's a fair ass comment and a very good question too. And it's like, yeah, people kept on saying, Biden doesn't seem like he's all there. And they're like, well, in the meetings that y'all don't see, he's sharp as a tack and, he's on point or whatever, just because he stumbles over his words every now and then. It doesn't mean when we have meetings, he's sharp as a tack. He's all there. Da 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 da. Come on, bro. Y'all think we're dumb? Another comment that says, everybody say thank you, Nancy. Another comment, she also removed the Democrat voters' ability to choose their candidate, but apparently they don't mind. I'm telling you, man, this is very undemocratic. And this one right here says, she is a great choice, a prosecutor versus a convicted felon. Somebody, probably those consultants, somebody came up with this and they're running with it because I've been seeing a lot of memes saying this exact same phrasing, she's a great choice, prosecutor versus convicted felon. So they think it's really clever. They think it's going to work. They think they're going to give voters with that or whatever. I don't know that phrase is going to move anybody from their position. Like, oh, she's a prosecutor and he's a convicted felon. You know what? I'm not voting for Trump anymore. I'm going to go ahead and vote for Kamala. Yeah, because that was a clever ass phrase said by no one. Damn it. I hate it when it does that. What is this? I don't even remember. Ethnic background. Okay, yeah, let's do it.
They feel, or a lot of Democrats feel, they have to stick with her because of her ethnic background. And so I'm sure there's some division there on that issue. It is, I think, going to be more difficult to beat somebody who's not Joe Biden.
Okay. Anything else about this decision that you wanted to say?
No, I think it's going to be a difficult race. I think people can say you're going to be picking an unknown for vice president, but to be honest, as soon as you're nominated for a national office like that, you become known in the first week.
Is there anyone that you see challenging Harris that could potentially overpower, like that you think more people could get behind?
I know there are some Democrats who don't like her, and she has the obvious weakness at the border, as well as she hasn't been the most articulate candidate so far. But apparently they feel, or a lot of Democrats feel, they have to stick with her because of her ethnic background. And so I'm sure there's some division there on that issue. Apparently they feel, or a lot of Democrats feel, they have to stick with her because of her ethnic background.
He had a hard time saying that, didn't he? It seems like he wanted to say something else. It was like he was holding his tongue a bit. Like let me find the right words. We're gonna go with ethnic background, because I can't say black. I'm gonna sound racist. CBS News. Representative Glenn Grothman, a Republican congressman from Wisconsin, tells our Milwaukee affiliate that many Democrats feel they must stick with VP Kamala Harris for the presidential nomination because of her ethnic background. Grothman also said it's going to be more difficult to beat somebody who's not Joe Biden. I don't know what he meant by that. Difficult to beat somebody who's not Joe Biden. I don't really know what he means by that. So it's like anybody but Joe Biden, I guess. But yeah, he says maybe he's talking about the voters when he says he feels like they must stick with VP Kamala Harris because of her ethnic background. Because a lot of voters are probably going to feel that way. The legacy of Obama or whatever, and and then you're going to have a lot of women. So black women are going to ride for Kamala off top. So, but I don't know if, that's true within like the Democratic establishment, like within the party, like the party affiliates and so forth and so on. I don't know that they will feel pressure just because she's black. I don't know about that. But the voters, yes. A lot of the voters on the Democratic side are not very political astute. Like they don't really follow politics very much, a lot of them. And so the identity side of it, the identity politics is enough for them because, they're like, they don't follow the policies, they don't really follow the legislatures and so forth and so on. And they're just like, oh, it's a black woman. Yeah, I'm gonna vote for her. Don't really care what she stands for or whatever. Comments, it says, once again, an old white dude talking out of his ear and about things he knows nothing about. Let's go, Kamala. Another comment, it says, sir, your racism is screaming and it proves you know absolutely nothing. Yeah, he really did sound like he had a problem trying to find the right words to say. He was like, what's the politically correct way for me to say this? Like, you probably would say it very differently at home. Another comment, let's clarify the obvious. This man doesn't speak for anyone but himself. An old white Republican doesn't have a shred of insight on what Democrats are thinking. Another one, old white male thinks it couldn't be because she's an accomplished woman. Another comment, they love to call black people inarticulate. That woman has zero issues with articulation. She was a prosecutor, so speaking was her job. Yeah, I think sometimes, like, what I heard from his comments was, I don't think he really meant like not being able to speak properly, but not being able to get across her perspective, if you will. And that's what I do feel like from Kamala sometimes. Sometimes I don't know what she means. Like, I don't know where she's going with stuff. Like, what is the point of what she's saying? Like, she speaks clearly. She knows words. Like, she went to school. She's an educated individual. But being able to articulate what she means, like where she's, and probably the reason why is because she's so wishy-washy and she wants to be careful. But that's how you are. That's how politicians are. They leave things. Trump is the king of that shit. He leaves things really vague and spaces for you to fill in, so that he can have that plausible deniability and be like, that's not what I meant or whatever, I don't really support such and such and such. They're like, well, you said such and such and such. And he's like, well, I didn't say exclusively or whatever, he's really, really good at that. So, but that's politicians. So, and then people want to say Trump is not a politician. Bruh, he totally is. He absolutely is. Maybe when he first started, he wasn't that much, but he has grown into a really, really good at politics. He's learned, he's learned a lot about how politics works and what works, and he's really good at not being clear about what he's saying, if you will. What's up, Pat?
What's up? What's up? Can you hear me?
How you
good?
feeling, man? Yeah. You sound really good.
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good, man. Got an off day, and I'm glad you came on a little early because, like, my shift is the hours I work is usually over like midnight till like 10 in the morning. So yeah, I'm going through a big transition as far as hours, and that's why I miss it a lot of times. But being on it this time kind of helps because I'm in between. I've gotten some rest and I'm up, whatever. But
Awesome.
I was just kind of hearing. I hadn't really been here. I didn't hear the beginning of the show, but I'm hearing part of what you just said, and I think that in my opinion, the way I see it, Trump has been a politician most of his years. It's just that he operated from a different standpoint. And because he might have been more on a lobbying to some extent, privately, because he's a businessman. He's trying to get things done, trying to get policy moved, doing things for a long time. But he's hadn't been to the point where he's profiting. He was profiting as a politician, like
Oh, we lost you. Interesting idea that he's been politicking even before he was a politician. That's an interesting perspective. That would make sense to why he's good at what he does. I mean, you can love him, you can hate him, but he's good at what he does. Yeah, you're back. We lost you there for a moment. Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, yeah, I'm not sure really what happened, but yeah, no, I would say, because I mean, it's kind of hard to be in this world without having some. I mean, even us everyday people, to some extent, because of our outlook, like we're somewhat politicians too. Like we're trying to get messaging out. We're trying to, we want to see different things, but we're in a different standpoint of the political sphere. And I think that's kind of like with Trump. He was a billionaire trying to get things to happen. He's advocating for low taxes for a long time because low taxes helps you, allows for funds to do other things with employees, or maybe being able to invest further into their business to grow for in different areas. So I think that he's not just begun his true political life because just because he just ran for an office. I don't really look at him as new to this game. Like he's been there, he understands a lot of these things. Because of certain things happening a certain way, I think he chose to get into the race because nobody was standing up where it needed to strengthen our country.
Let me read a couple more comments. It says, "Nah, we like that she is pro-choice, work for LGBTQ rights, and is trying to make healthcare better for women. Just 3 reasons we like her. Her skin color doesn't matter, but having a woman president would be wonderful."
Who's saying that?
This is a comment underneath the CBS News clip from a random person.
Okay.
But I
Well,
think
that's
that that comment probably works for a lot of people.
resonate.
Yeah.
No, I think it does resonate for a lot of people who are looking at very surface ideology, because everybody, like, I mean, everybody kind of thinks of, differently of what's important to, their lives. But if you're not at the really looking at the world to where how things can be beneficial for everybody, you're not quite there. And I think that when we're discussing these different topics, I think that we're not always looking at always the cause and effect of the different things that's actually happening in through these different policies that's made or legislations that's being enacted, that what it does to us as a people, you know regardless of your race, regardless of your religion, regardless of these different things that we deal with individually, but overall how it affects us and how we begin to interact with each other. Because if you really think about it, a lot of these things that we're doing, because I think that in my opinion, now okay, I'm not the sharpest tool in the shed, but at the same time, I do believe that when we start pushing more so towards women's rights, men's, gay rights, black, and this, that, and the other, we're not looking at each other as Americans anymore. We're looking at each other as a, certain type. Not to say that there should not be some separations at some point, because, everybody deserves to have certain, things for those different groups, regardless of, what angle we're looking at the moment. But I think those are some of the things that kind of push us further away from just saying that each of us kind of needs the same things.
I get your argument there, because I
That's
always
going to
felt
be.
like gay rights are human rights. Black,
Yes.
it's all human rights.
And
Basically,
we
is what
all,
I'm trying
because
to
I mean,
say.
if we look, our
Right.
Pledge of Allegiance is a lot about, because one thing they can use is that, oh, we need a new law enacted to protect these people. But if everybody's protected because of their God-given rights to choose to be, just to be themselves, like, no, we don't need new laws. We just need y'all to enforce the laws that exist already.
Yeah.
So that's where I think that a lot of things are missed. Especially when we talk about the DEI stuff, that diversity, include, equity and inclusion. Well, yeah, yeah, everybody should be included, but that's just something that us as Americans should really, like, we should understand that each person, every human being in this country that are citizens should, you know, they should just have, without having to say, well, I'm this and I'm that. Well, we got no, like, we got to find a way to not be so separative. We're separating ourselves in all these different conversations. And when I think that so a lot of people are missing the point when Republicans are telling people that no, that stuff is not necessary, because guess what? You're already protected because you're just an American. You know what I'm saying? You already have these rights. No, we don't need to do. No, I'm not going to sign that, because no, that this is, it's just crap. And then it gets signed because another party goes and does it, and still a lot of times nothing happens, because nothing needed to happen to begin with, other than the fact that people need to stand up for each other.
Well, I agree that people need to stand up for each other, but at the same time, the reason why they have to enforce stuff like that is because people don't stand up for each other, and people aren't fair, people aren't inclusive, people are racist, and that's what leads to the outcomes that we have. So you have to have something to balance these things out. So, you know, uh, diversity, equity, inclusion, affirmative action, stuff like that is needed to, balance the playing field out there.
Well, if all our schools provided the same level of excellence, we truly don't need, like, if everybody fairly gets the same type of funding, because that's where a lot of it goes to, being able, you know what I'm saying, like the people of Harvard, if they're able to get it at what's his
TSU.
TSU, and like smaller colleges and universities, then like what's the point? Nobody's trying to run across the country just to be able to get that type of recognition, because everybody is has the same type of thing, the same type of teaching, and all
Well,
these things are available to them, but
that
it does
should be
not
the case,
happen.
but that doesn't happen.
Yeah,
And then you can't you also can't blame people for wanting to put money in their like endowments or whatever, like a
alma
reason why
maters.
alma maters, like a reason like Harvard or Yale, has such a huge budget is because the people who went to that school before are now billionaires, and they put a lot of money into that school, and that's what they do. So,
Mhm.
and you can't really
No,
blame
I'm
them
not
for
taking.
that.
I don't. No,
But
I
but
don't.
on
I
the
don't
other
blame
side,
for that. But
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 but when we're talking about, when you're trying to say that all these schools are state sponsored, that each state is putting up money for these schools, then the ones who have these different endowments from these different people don't need the same type of help that the other schools need, but they'll
well,
still get way more funding straight from the state, as well as the money that they get from alumni.
right,
So
because in Texas, it's
we're
like
talking.
Texas A&M. They get a lot of state funding, and it's another one in Texas, UT. I want to say like it's two main colleges in Texas,
Yeah,
and they get
here
almost
is,
all the funding.
yes.
But
See, here is LSU.
yeah,
LSU gets whatever they want. Like LSU is taking over half of the city. 1/4 of the city belongs to LSU, and then they're still steadily expanding. But Southern University, like 10 miles away, 7 miles away, however far it is, I don't know exactly, but however short distance away, does not get the same funding that has like some of the most superior schools in the country at that school. The law school, I know the law school is always, because that's Johnny Cochran went to Southern University. I know that there's a lot of chemical engineer, or different engineering school was like at the top, is one of the top schools to go to in the country, and it was something else, our agriculture or whatever, but they still don't get the same type of funding to where it'll draw in and make it a larger school for whatever reason. And it's just within the state making it that way, because it's a black school,
yeah.
because it's
So I mean,
a
and,
historically black college.
and that's where the part that comes in about things needed to be balanced out, because it's true that you already have laws in the books, to
But
protect people or whatever, but you had to have the civil rights era to get it so where you couldn't have these whites only uh soda shops or whatever you call it, like
okay,
the that's stuff like that, and that's what led to the need for the civil rights era, the voting rights act and
so
stuff like that, because you were
I
you were
get it, but
disenfranchising.
they spend it. but listen to what we're saying. You're saying that they're spending the time to have the discussion about what should happen instead of making sure that it happens. Writing more legislation is not truly necessary if you're not going to enforce and make sure the people who get the funds to distribute to the schools actually does it, and then not be like, oh, you didn't give the funds. Oh, okay. Well, what are you gonna do? Okay, like allow them to continue to do the same crap. Like that's the part that what I'm saying. Like making the legislation, okay, that's fine. I mean, I don't, you know what I'm saying? I don't think that that's going to be here nor there. But if they don't actually do things that changes it, if you continue to allow just the conversation to just continue, people to, to still be neglected, like they're not doing their job, period. You know what I'm saying? That's the point where I'm saying, like, when I say, yes, like having a conversation does nothing. Like the talk is just talk.
Yeah. Let me read a couple more comments here and I'm gonna move on. It says, did I hear that right? Did this old Republican guy just say that Kamala Harris hasn't been the most articulate candidate? You got to be kidding me. Trump has got to be one of the most inarticulate candidates of all time. Another comment, it says, ethnic background, my peach, I guess. Former prosecutor facing a convicted felon, California Attorney General, former senator serving VP. Those are what are known as credentials, no matter her ethnic background. These were comments as a result of what this guy was saying. That
Yeah, I mean, I get the point of what, so because I mean, look, all right, she has a record, but I think some of the things that is being overlooked because I mean it really doesn't matter to her race. I mean she's Asian or whatever. She manipulated a bunch of people. Okay, yeah, she went to Howard, so some people assume that she was black. And just like Obama never said he was black or an African American. Other people said that. He says that he's a Kenyan American, from his own lips. So, I mean, you can't really blame what other people try to use and say, race, this, that, and the other. But with that record that she holds, I mean, she's going to have to stand strong on some of the things that she's done and been responsible for happening to the people of California and of America, that things that she has supported throughout her tenure. So, I mean, when people bring these things up, Trump doesn't have a history of necessarily direct, going against, a state, a people of a certain city and state and this, that, and the other. Maybe he is new to the, political landscape to some extent, where he doesn't, show his votes on, against a group of people or whatever. But there is a record that she has to stand up for, and it's like people have the right to ask those questions. Why did you not present the proof of the man who was on death row about to be killed, and you withheld the evidence that would free him? Like why? Why did you do that? And then why would people who had like non like they were not killers, they had maybe different little drugs things, but you didn't want to let them out of jail because California needed people to be the fruit gatherers, and like you wanted to use them as slaves, pretty much. Like what in your DNA allowed you to think that that was okay to do when these were misdemeanor crimes, but you're treating them like felons? Like these are things that she should have to answer for.
and
I don't
she
think there's
will.
nothing wrong with that.
She will,
Yeah,
because they definitely gonna bring that stuff up. But she had political ambitions. A good way to go into politics is to be a prosecutor and freaking lock black people up. That'll get you where you need to go.
Well, I mean, there's white people who don't have that same kind of history, bro. Like they could become, you know what I'm saying, like they could really have done some crazy things. But there's white people who hadn't done harsh things as harsh of things as she has done to what she is considered to most people her own people. But they're not. I mean, you know what I'm saying? She doesn't have any true to connection with what we call black people.
Yeah.
She doesn't. And that's what I think most people need to realize. You're not voting for a black woman. You know, a mentally, you know, someone who was raised as a black person. We have different mindsets.
Yeah. And but at the end of the day, it ain't gonna matter because identity politics, you know, that card is punched, and that's what people are gonna see is her image, and that's what they're gonna vote
Yeah.
for is that image.
Well, no, I mean most people have been trained to see the world that way, but I think that's a limited view. You know, that is very limited. And, you know, because I'm gonna tell you, you know, most of the people in my life, you know, are black people and that's who stand up. But I mean, there's white people who stand up just as strong as the others in my life as well. So I can't just see it just black and white. And if that's how we're gonna look at things and not really look at the truth of things, because that's my main thing is that truth must prevail. I don't care, you know what I'm saying, if we had you know, I don't care if some alien from Zorkins that pulled it up and is gonna do the right thing for the people. Like I'm voting for the new Zorkin dude because we just need the action to happen. We need the people who really gonna do for the people. And I don't see it as I don't, you know, I think we may have somewhat discussed this. I don't see Biden or Kamala Harris. I see the Democratic Party and what their agenda has been.
Yeah.
That's what I see.
Let me play this.
So apparently my name was just mentioned by U.S. Representative Andy Riggs from Arizona during the Senate hearing for the head of Secret Service in response to the rally where a gun was fired in the direction of Donald Trump and he suffered an alleged injury. And I was referred to as a video actress who was touting conspiracy theories. This quote comes to mind. This constant lying is not aimed at making the people believe a lie, but at ensuring that no one believes anything anymore. A people that can no longer distinguish between truth and lies cannot distinguish between right and wrong. And such a people deprived of the power to think and judge is without knowing it and willing it, completely subjected to the rule of the lies. With such a people, you can do whatever you want. The suggestion that I, as a private citizen, am not freely able to question the legitimacy of such a landmark event as the supposed assassination attempt of a candidate for president and a former president is literally fascist. In a nation consistently shrouded with untruths, half-truths, and false truths, and this is an individual who lives by that, who literally created a term for lying called alternative facts, it is in our best interest to always question. And if you don't agree with it, you're entitled to. It's simply laughable to suggest that I am the only individual who is skeptical about what took place, and the attempt to make me a scapegoat is loud. So apparently my name was just mentioned by U.S. Representative Andy Riggs from Arizona.
So the part about people not being able to distinguish between what's true and what's not, I think is very valid. But at the same time, I mean, the people that are saying that Trump wasn't shot, like that didn't happen. Like I don't see that. As far as you saying there was a conspiracy to assassinate the president, I think that's a fair, you know, road to go down on. But if you're saying that the guy wasn't shot, you know, I don't know how you can.
Well, and see that's the thing because she's really you know, I think she's a beautiful woman. I think that you know she definitely has a strong position in the hearts and minds of a bunch of black people in our country, but she's distorting the lines, and you know the alleged shooting, like the things that she keeps saying, as if you know like this is like that is very conspiratorial to say that like all right there's certain things that actually happen, so like you being pushed because of the rhetoric, like how you're saying these things, because you're trying to. She's the very thing that she's saying that someone else is doing. She did it within the same moment of her trying to talk about someone else, and their position on it. So it's like, what, how do you're manipulating, as a lot of politicians do, because she don't have an office, but she's very much a political figure. And it's just like, are you going to be honest at any point of this conversation? Like, none of that other stuff happened. Like, nothing that he didn't get shot. I mean, grazed. He, get shot at, because he said allegedly shot at. No, he was shot at. Like,
and he was,
this
and he got shot. I mean, you can argue a
grazed.
graze, but he got shot. I mean, it was a bullet hit him. Like,
Well, yeah, exactly. But I mean,
can't argue that.
but you started off with like not being honest about what happened. So when you're being questioned about that and trying, like, you're building up, you're doing exactly what he said you were doing, like, but trying to call him fascist doesn't, what I'm saying? He's calling you out. That's what you're more upset about, is that, somebody just pretty much told everyone what you were doing, and you're upset about it. So you're bringing up evidence of the same thing that you're doing still, and trying to point it on them, which I've seen happen a whole bunch. Because I mean, if I'm to say, just like RFK said, like, the Democrats, the Biden, that they're more likely to be a danger to democracy than Trump. But that's because of the lies and the type of the way that they try to use politics against people who don't know all the definitions to these words.
Yeah,
You know what I'm
because
saying?
I was arguing at the beginning of the show, it's not very democratic how this whole thing is happening, because no one voted for Kamala Harris, but it's looking like she's very likely to be the nominee, and she didn't win. I mean, even if they vote, they're gonna do the nomination process at the DNC, and but those aren't the people voting for her. Those are party insiders.
Yeah, that's the part that a lot of people are not getting, because right now a lot of Democrats are just thankful. Oh, we have a chance to win because Biden is gone, but they don't realize that their whole ability to choose was taken away and
Completely.
this was purposely done. This was not by chance. Like, this was like tactfully. Like, these people are very, very,
Because
like,
they could have gave the people a chance to, if they would have had a vibrant primary process, then that would have gave people a chance to vote on who they would have liked to see,
Yes.
to get nominated to run for their
Look,
party.
Biden purposely held up from like a certain time period to say that he was going to drop out, because it takes all the power away from them. Like, for them to be able to control who they want in office, somebody who's going to follow whatever design that they have created. Because if the
Right.
people are allowed to choose, because a lot of people might have chosen Robert Kennedy Jr. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think a lot of people probably would have chosen him because of, his Democrat, his stance in democracy, and, just be trying to, him being fair. A lot of people would have chosen him. Bernie Sanders, a lot of people would have chosen Bernie Sanders. They took away the Democrats' ability to choose for themselves. And
Right.
that's one of the things that I think a lot of people are overlooking with this whole process. They have been manipulated again by these people.
Let's do this one. It says, Harris, Democrats net 100 million in online donations after Biden exits race. So CNBC, it says The Democrats' digital fundraising website, ActBlue, has raised over $100 million since Sunday, the day Biden withdrew from the campaign for president and backed Harris, according to a website that tracks the company's live fundraising ticker. The gargantuan amount is historic, and it solidifies a massive amount of resources for Democrats to take on Donald Trump and the Republican Party with months to go until November election day. It also suggests that most party donors are increasingly enthusiastic about Harris' candidacy almost a month after Biden's disastrous debate performance against Trump. So, yeah.
It's bro. Look, I try not to harp on it too much because I mean to me it's just like some things are just too simple, and I don't like being manipulated like this. You know what I'm saying? And you know, like it took a while, like for me to really start to really see everything. Like I've been really unwinding, rewinding, and going back and forth with all of the different things how it played out over the last few months, the last year, like all these things. Like it really shows just how this is how authoritarian these people are. And you know they're doing it so masterfully, and that's what I like as bad of an option for President Trump would be if you know there was anybody else strong enough to go up against him that's fearless enough to go up against these people. Because I mean I ain't gonna start with no name calling and all that, but their history speaks for themselves if you're willing to look it up. But bro, like they're robbing the people big time.
Let me read some comments. It says, so let me get this straight. Joe was voted as primary Democratic candidate. Then at the last minute was replaced by a candidate nobody voted for, and Democrats say they're going to save democracy. LOLs.
Look, I knew I wouldn't be the only one tooting that horn, but like, come on, man. Like these are the people who are who's more likely to rob us of democracy, or the ability to choose this democratic process that we believe in within our republic. Like they're the ones that's trying to steal it from us, and it's just like they're doing it so slick and so smooth to where most people are not even seeing it. And that's like people are mad with me because I'm pushing for Trump. Like I'm like not just saying, because I really like honestly was like, okay, like Trump is not the best person for the job, but he's better than these people. His like the bottom line of what he wants for the country, his policies is better than what these people are trying to do, because they're like at every turn is something new or some reason for this or some like it's bullshit uncovered from other bullshit.
Let me read a couple more comments. It says she will beat Trump easily. Another one. Today I officially changed my affiliation with Democrats to become Republican. Go Trump 2024. Another one. Her face gives me New World Order vibes. She reminds me of the lady who have no idea what she's doing, but she got the job.
Yes.
Well, she has great teeth. Another comment. It says, vote blue. All I care is Trump.
That's been shot. Oh, my bad. Let me take that. I'm gonna take that back.
Another comment says, vote blue. All I care is Trump not getting back into the Oval Office again. Another one.
Exactly. Oh my God. And you're willing to sell your children. You're willing to sell out your neighbors, everybody, just because of the things that have been bullshit promoted about him that's not even fully true. Like, I mean, okay. I'm sorry, bro. This shit kind of pisses me off sometimes by how some people are willing to just say, I'm gonna just vote because his hair is ugly, or just it'd be some of the stupidest things. It's not because of his policy ever that they speak about.
Yeah.
Because a man talked about a woman's ass or grabbing her, like really, like okay, all right.
A couple more comments. It says that Soros money came in quick. Another one, Harris 2024, first female president. The time has come. Another
But
one.
this is a pretty whatever the source is must be a pretty, because I'm hearing both sides, so that's why what is this
This
I'm
is
hearing people
CNBC.
MSNBC.
No, CNBC.
CNBC. Okay, I don't know them. Okay, all right, but no, it sounds kind of balanced, so that's why I'm a little shocked. I was like, what? Okay.
Yeah.
Because most of the time you hear mostly one side. You hear about 5, 6, 7, and then you might hear 1, 2 of the opposite
Yeah, this
side.
and this one's going back and forth. One more comment. It says
Yeah.
those are donations that were being held waiting for Biden to step down. Once he stepped down, any candidate would have gotten these donations. Probably true.
Well, no, I it's exactly true, but that's the people who, I mean, the main reason, like, they were withholding funds so that they could get what they wanted. But at the same time, like, this was a plan. Like, this was the plan from the beginning. Because, like I said, they intended for the people not to have their choice of who was gonna be next in line.
Mm. Let's move on. Check this one out. It says Donald Trump has laid out 20 promises that he plans to implement if he's elected. It says earlier this month, the Republican Party released a document of their 2024 platform. Note, this document is not Project 2025. Inside it are 20 things promised to the American people if Trump is elected. It says if Trump is elected president, he promises to seal the border and stop the migrant invasion, carry out the largest deportation operation in American history, stop the migrant crime epidemic, demolish the foreign drug cartels, crush gang violence, and lock up violent offenders, secure our elections, including same-day voting, voter identification, paper ballots, and proof of citizenship. If Trump is elected president, he promises to deport pro-Hamas radicals and make our college campuses safe and patriotic again, keep men out of women's sports, cut federal funding for any school pushing critical race theory, radical gender ideology, and other inappropriate racial, sexual, and political content on our children, rebuild our cities, including Washington, D.C., making them safe, clean, and beautiful again, prevent World War III, restore peace in Europe and in the Middle East, and build a great Iron Dome missile defense shield over our entire country, all made in America, strengthen and modernize our military, making it without question the strongest and most powerful in the world, large tax cuts for workers and no tax on tips, end inflation and make America affordable again, cancel the electric vehicle mandate and cut costly and burdensome regulations, make America the dominant energy producer in the world by far, end the weaponization of government against the American people, fight for and protect Social Security and Medicare with no cuts, including no changes to the retirement age, defend our Constitution, our Bill of Rights, and our fundamental freedoms, including freedom of speech, freedom of religion, and the right to keep and bear arms, stop outsourcing and turn the United States into a manufacturing superpower, keep the U.S. dollar as the world's reserve currency, unite our country by bringing it to new and record levels of success. It says Trump promises indicate that he is aligned with Project 2025 policies, but he still denies any connection to the plan. I know nothing about Project 2025. I have no idea who's behind it, Trump stated on social media. However, the group behind Project 2025 is filled with close Trump allies, including former Trump staffers Stephen Miller and Russ Vought. Sources. So, yeah, let's look at these and break them apart a little bit here. Okay, let's look at this. It says seal the border and stop the migrant invasion. So that's like number one. And this political cycle, the border is a really top priority and on the minds of the American people. So saying I'm going to seal the border and stop the migrant invasion is going to be, something that moves people to, support him or whatever, but I wonder how exactly.
Both Democrats and Republicans.
Yeah.
What's
But I
that?
wonder how would he go about doing that,
They'll finish because Biden stopped stopped them from finish building the border that border gate or fence or whatever you want to call it. Like he stopped it when he first day in office. That was the first thing he stopped.
Yeah.
Like that. So like that's one of the things that created a lot of things, and then some of the things he said in speeches is what pushed a lot of people saying, "Oh, this is my time. I can come through." You know what I'm saying? Which this has caused a lot of stuff. I sent a video to you to our group a little bit earlier to where it was discussing like people in Chicago, like that's one of the biggest places, and that's where the DNC has their meetings pretty much every year. Well, there's a bunch of upset people in Chicago that are saying the DNC is not going to have a peaceful it's not going to be a peaceful event because of everything that they've endured with all this migrant stuff and being put on the back burner for people who doesn't pay taxes, who has not served this country in any form until just recent. But there's people that's been here for generations that has not gotten or doesn't get treated the way that some other new arrivals have been treated in their city. So it's like, wait a minute, hold on. Like we've been Democrats supporting for decades upon decades upon decades, and this is how y'all gonna treat us, and then y'all expect that y'all gonna like this is what they're doing to their own people. And that's where like it's a problem, bro. And anybody who's not seeing it is not looking. They're blindly ignoring certain points of what's going on within our country because of them living in another place that doesn't deal with that, because they living in a Republican city, a state, or whatever, where those very same things are just not happening. But there's places where these things are happening strongly that has supported Democrats for the last 60 years, and they're just fed up. And I don't think a lot of people realize that. Like people here in Louisiana, they're not really seeing it because they hadn't had the same effect that some of these Democratic, majorly Democratic cities and states have endured throughout this, because their sanctuary policies or whatever. But there's a lot of people that's upset, and that does not have the support, that the perceived support that the Democrats claim to have. That 50, almost that 47, 43, and and maybe a little bit in between for somebody, the other people, other voters. I don't think that's very accurate at all. I think the support level for Democrats is way lower than what they promote in polls.
Let's do this. Let's look
Oh,
at
I'm
this one. So
sorry.
number 3, it says stop the migrant crime epidemic. There's no migrant crime epidemic, so I don't know what he would be stopping there. It says demolish the foreign drug cartels. So how are you going to stop drug cartels that's in another country, like as the president of the United States? I don't know how he could do that. And then it says
the trade. I mean, the trade that's going on, because we got mafia, like we got people who are able to deal drugs much easier because of the way that the trade is happening. The border's wide open. People are able to do different things. Maybe even the ports are bringing in things that, allowing certain things to happen that wouldn't happen. I mean, there's a way to change a lot of things. I mean, we've been saying it for the longest. Like, there's a lot of things that would not be able to happen if it wasn't allowed by the people at the top. So, I mean, I think some of these things can be changed, but
I think that's
they're coming into the lower levels are coming in and distributing and, you know, it overlooking and enforcing different things within our country. But shit, if we're gonna have drug trade, it might as well be us that's controlling it. Shit, if I'm just, you know, if I'm to say so myself.
Well, they had a survey that was showing about the border and the drugs coming over the border, and it was U.S. citizens that are the ones that's carrying that, like the overwhelming majority. They are the ones that don't get searched. That's why they're able to carry stuff over. Like they go over there and then they come back and they have drugs. So but he like this is an over exaggerated pipe dream, I would say. This number 3: stop migrant crime epidemic, demolish foreign drug cartels, crush gang violence. We've had gang violence forever in this country. Like Biden, Trump's gonna somehow bring that to an end when he becomes the president. Like, I don't understand how he could possibly do that.
Look, let's be realistic about this, because I mean, you're right. I mean, I don't think that he's gonna totally end it, but I mean, making it have, you know, creating an enforcement task that's going to limit it might save some lives, because I mean, the fentanyl coming through and widely used is insane. And you know, something needs to happen, but that's a part of the thing. Like, I mean, look, we maybe Kamala should take some cues from Trump, because this is what people care about. I mean, we're talking about you know, someone who seems to be a political genius, who's, you know, to some people believe is just a new deal for him. He's become more and more of a speaker, but he's getting people excited and putting hope, giving people hope of something better than what they've been seeing. Like Kamala, we're gonna get the same thing we've been getting. And that's the whole thing. Like, I mean, a lot of people feel the same way that we do about Trump, but at the same time, you know, as far as him as an individual, but for the things that he pushes for and he discusses, he says that's important to him, is also important to us, our children, our futures.
This number 4 one, it says secure our elections, including same-day voting, voter identification, paper ballots, and proof of citizenship. I'm okay with the same-day voting. That sounds great to me. Paper ballot sounds good to me too. The proof of citizenship may be a problem, because what
you said,
what you're
paper
gonna
ballots?
Yeah, paper ballots. So like, people's gonna carry around their passport? They're gonna have to bring their passport with them to go vote? I could see that being a problem.
Why?
Because it's going to lead to less votes, because people aren't going to have that. They're not going to have that paperwork with them. Like, they're not going to be like, oh, let me go grab my passport or whatever so I can go vote or whatever.
Hey, bro.
Like you're driving around and you'd be like, oh, I'm going to go vote. And then be like, oh, man, I need to get my damn passport or whatever, and be like, man, screw this. I'm gonna go home, go watch TV.
Nobody needs a passport, because guess what? Everybody has a state issued identification.
Yeah, I don't know that your state issued identification is gonna be proof. Listen, I don't know that your state issued ID is gonna be proof of citizenship.
Over time, I'm sure it will be incorporated, because guess what? Just like they scan us at the store to be able to get proof of, you know, you being, you know, probably your whole background pop up if necessary. Like, you get a green or red or something will pop up. But that's the thing. Like, it's not going to may not happen on this election, but moving forward, I mean, we should have something that's more secure. There's no way that the amount of technology that's available, that, you know, there's not a solution to where, you know, whether you're, you know, a citizen, a natural born citizen, or you have been, you know, you went and did the oath and you became a citizen, to prove that you're legally an American. and like people just holding up on progress, and they're supposed to be progressives.
Let's do a couple more. It says, deport pro-Hamas radicals and make our college campuses safe and patriotic again. Make our college campuses safe and patriotic again. Like, what does that mean? And deport pro-Hamas radicals. How do you determine somebody's a pro-Hamas radical? Because they are saying that the Palestinians should be free or whatever, or calling for a ceasefire in the Israel Hamas war. Would that make you a pro Hamas radical?
I think that should be defined at all costs, because I mean anybody protesting on whatever it is that they believe should not be thrown up into one bundle as if anybody who's had something to say negative or against what the common what has been made to be common whatever the politically correct things, because that's part of the First Amendment. Like, I mean, you're supposed to be able to protest, like you be able to say what's on your mind and fight for what you believe is right. Like, but
Yeah.
now if there's people who want to shoot up shit or do certain things, I mean, yes, that might be somewhat radical, but kids at colleges that's speaking up for what they believe to a genocide is happening, like, I don't know, because I mean I know how that could play out, but that could happen from either side. I think something needs to happen there to define who's gonna be, what is considered to be radical or whatever. Yeah, we need to define or redefine what that really is. So yeah, something needs to happen, but that's gonna be not just him. That's gonna have to be legislation. That's gonna have to be both Democrats and Republicans. That's gonna have to come together on that.
So the next one, it says, keep men out of women's sports. Yeah, I don't have an argument with that one.
Yeah, that
Number
shouldn't
7.
that shouldn't even we shouldn't even have to have that discussion. Yeah, go ahead.
The next one, it says, cut federal funding for any school pushing critical race theory, radical gender ideology, and other inappropriate racial, sexual, or political content on our children. Now, see, this is problematic because when they say critical race theory, they put a whole bunch of stuff underneath that, like just teaching history of things that happened that that we're not proud of or embarrassed about can be put under this umbrella of critical race theory. So that's a problem. Inappropriate racial. So inappropriate racial, like again, just saying something about like a race riot that happened in Oklahoma could be put under inappropriate racial. So then it'd be like, we don't want to teach the kids about stuff that actually happened in history or whatever. So whatever. And then it says political content. So there goes another one that's could be problematic, like political content. Like, it's shit, everything is political, like, so you could put almost anything underneath that umbrella, and I get I'm talking about.
There's a lot of things that's spoken of the history of the United States that is not true. So that could fall under that too, because I mean, us as like Moors, we have a lot. Like, there's a lot of information that is available that that's a lot of these things that's like like there's certain theories that exist that people take as if it is 100% real, and it's like it's dangerous because that makes black people believe that it was always like the subclass. They had never had any power. I mean, honestly, I think us correcting those things in history would make the American people stronger, and they're not being lied to about who everybody is, because like before 1776, anybody that was from another country or that was like you were the subclass. You know, most people don't know that Italians and Irish were black people, were considered to be the black people, regardless of your skin tone. And there's a lot of things that we need to correct. That just the race theory should be taught at for certain levels who understand the dynamics of it. So trying to force these different things and ideologies into children who don't really even understand how to do math properly, or do all these different things. Like, stop trying to spread different mindsets to people who are who are sponges that's soaking up things, and they're soaking up lies or something that they don't quite understand yet. So I think that that could, yes, it could be problematic, but at the same time, it could correct a lot of the wrongs.
Another one. This one, it says rebuild our cities, including Washington D.C., making them safe, clean, and beautiful again. I don't have no arguments with that, except that Trump said he's gonna undo Biden's what was it called, the infrastructure bill or infrastructure
The
plan or
green,
something that.
the green, no, the Green New Deal, and it needs to be done. Like, it needs to, like I said, I just based on some of the things that we saw immediately happen from it, that it needs to have some a total uplift, because what Trump's been saying the whole time, like, American people should have the option to choose any of them. If they want a 100% electrical car, they can have. If they want a hybrid car, they can have. If they want a gas guzzler, they can have. Don't take everything and say they can only have this. You're limiting the choices that people have. Everybody don't want a damn Prius. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, you that's the whole point of what our republic and our democratic republic stands for, is to give us a choice. And Biden was limiting that. He was forcing us to live one way or nothing, while the rest of the world is steadily doing the same things they've been doing and building and growing, while we're at a standstill because we're saying this whole ideology that we're just gonna the planet is about to burn to pieces, just gonna disintegrate. Like, it's just not realistic, bro.
Let's
Like,
do this one.
this earth has gone through more things than any of us will ever in our own lifetime, and then it has recovered over and over and over and over and over, because that's what it does.
Let's do this one. It says prevent World War III, restore peace in Europe and in Middle East, and build a great Iron Dome missile defense shield over our entire country, all made in America. Like, this one is definitely a ego trip right here. Restore
Because I
peace.
think that with I think that Israel thing, like, it's somewhat competitive, maybe, because it's like, wait, we don't even have one of them, but we bought it. Like, Israel is fully protected, but the people who's pay, and
Funding.
I don't think that's not. I think if we because see, honestly, I don't think that type of stuff is really necessary if we're gonna be fair humans. Like, if we're people of the world, and we're being the bastions of greatness, and trying to put our best foot forward. Like, we shouldn't have enemies trying to shoot us up if we're actually being fair. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? So, I mean, yeah, I think that the Iron Dome might be pushing it a little too far, because if we're actually being great humans, and we're, what I'm saying, like, actually trying to, work together with other nations, then I don't think that stuff would be necessary for any of us.
Yeah, I don't think it would be necessary, and I don't even know that it could be feasibly done because of the size of the United States.
We still talking about Trump too now. We still talking about Trump. I mean, we talking about somebody who got a big ego, so he probably just threw that in there. Yeah,
Yeah.
come on,
Let me read
we
a
ain't
couple
got
more.
total, we ain't got rid of Trump yet.
It says strengthen and modernize our military, making it without question the strongest and most powerful in the world. Yeah, I mean, we already spend so much money on that. I don't know how we could, you know, uh, we throw
Well,
more money in.
I
Go
think
ahead.
that I think that our military will become strong again by us not, spreading ourselves so thin across the world and trying to protect things that other people should be trying to protect for themselves,
Yeah,
or not getting themselves in the middle of bullshit that they ain't ready to handle on their own. You know what
right.
I'm saying?
Let them deal with their stuff. They make
Well,
their bed, let them lay in it.
and I think a lot of Democrats have a problem with that because of the way that they set up NATO. It's like, bro, look, the European countries that rely on us for a lot of defense, like, tell them to stop fucking with people, and then looking for us to come over there and save them, and give all our monies and this, that, and the other, blah blah blah. Like, no, like y'all, like they act like it's a bad thing to get something for when you give. That's like a part of reciprocity. Like, you know, when you get, you give, and it should be a return cycle of those things. So be reciprocal. So when Trump says that, people act like he's so bad for even giving that idea, because it's like, no, America, we're stupid and we just give away all our resources because hey, I mean, what else we gonna do? We're just gonna be wasteful. No, like, say, bro, like, y'all, look, this gives y'all accountability. This makes y'all have to, like, rethink things and be more conscious about how you're gonna deal with your neighbors, instead of trying to run in there and rob them of their resources. And
Mm-hmm.
then you call us to try to come give you backup to help you rob. No,
Mm-hmm.
bro, no. I don't think that. No, it shouldn't work that way.
This next one, it says large tax cuts for workers and no tax on tips. I ain't gonna lie. I feel like Trump is just saying this. I mean, like, this is a good one to get votes right here. A lot of people are talking about this, but I don't think he's gonna do this. Like, I mean,
It's done.
uh,
It's done. No, 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 no. Look, let me tell you the trick behind that: enforcement. Because guess what? You already shouldn't be taxed on. You shouldn't be taxed on your tips or your wages. Because, for one, like, getting a gift from somebody, like, that's a gift. Like, and then a lot of the process of how our tax structure works, like, you're taxed and retaxed and taxed over again on the same freaking money. And, like, it's a sin that the Americans have allowed it to get to this point, because, okay, in the name of us trying to be fair, or being accountable for the things that we're doing, or what's being done, like, some of these things have been an overreach within our government, and we just need to accept that, like, really, some of these things he don't have to do nothing. All he has to do is be, what I'm saying, like, make the order that, okay, corporations cannot touch, said, look, if they'll have to be penalized if they touch your shit now. That's all that's being changed, instead of giving them the freedom to take whatever they feel they need to out of your check, and send it to the IRS or whatever. What the I forget
I,
the
I,
the other
I
office,
would
but
love,
however.
I would love to see it happen. I don't have much faith in that one actually happening. I
Biden,
don't.
say, bro, when Biden heard him say that, he could have been like, "Oh, that's nothing. We could do that right now."
Yeah,
Biden could Biden could do it today.
yeah,
It's like, oh, what Trump saw, look, all that stuff. Look, I'll give that to you right now.
yeah. And this
It's
one, I
political
think, like I
will.
say, will get a lot of votes. Him saying that, I think that'll get him a good number of votes. But I don't believe him when he says that.
Say, bro, if the Democrats was really, if that was their agenda to help the American people, when they heard, because they're in office now, like, he could do an executive order right now that says, hey, you cannot fool with these people. Like, okay, you know, we need to do something. I said, I agree with what Trump said about that. Like, you know what I'm saying? You agreeing with your political opponent and beating them to the punch would have just swung everything, and people got to be like, oh wow, okay, that's how you do shit. You know what I'm saying, bro? They don't want to do things like that because it's not like that. The agenda is not to make us richer. Like it is
Yeah,
still to enslave us.
I agree with you on that. I think that the Democrats totally could just, you know, and some of this other stuff that's on this list, they could do the same thing, just supersede him on it and be like, boom, done. You
Yeah,
ain't got to vote for him. We already did it.
if they really care about what the people want, is like when you're like, oh, this is, oh, you know what? I think that's a great idea, Trump. You know what? We're gonna take a note from your book, and guess what? We're gonna go and do this for the people right now. Now what? Trump that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah. But the Dems like to lose. They get paid to lose. So let's do this next one. It says end inflation and make America affordable again. Here's another one where I would wonder how exactly he would pull that off. Like, the
legislation.
president
There's a lot.
doesn't control inflation. Like, the president don't have any
No,
power over
he
inflation.
can. No, they can't, and it's been done before. Look at what happened in with Nixon and who was during that period. I'm saying Nixon, but it was during the 70s, the mid 70s, when they made legislation that made it where they can only charge X, you know, X amount interest here, there, whatever, blah blah blah, which pushed and made a lot of things grow. New industries and things came about because it made like corporate, because you need healthy corporations, like people that's willing to invest in innovation. So when you're looking at things where people are hesitant on buying, because like right now, I know people who would have bought a new car, but they're like, all right, you know what? I'll go on and spend this $3,000 for another engine instead of just, you know, this, that, and the other. Like, people want to feel a part of something, and you're taking them out of the ability to interact in commerce. And in order to make these things push further and faster, because I mean, it's better that you get, you know, 100 million purchases at, you know, point or 1%, or, you know, let's say even 5%, 10%, and, you know, on certain purchases where a lot of people have been charged getting 17, 18%, and they can't even buy. So it's like you're limiting who can have stuff. If you regulate, you know, like, or, you know, give, you know, say, all right, corporations cannot charge this, the banks can't do more than charge people more than this for anything. That's got people look homes. Oh my God. Like, do you know how many people would be buying homes right now if they wasn't paying 7%? Like, if it was still at the 3%, or, you know, maybe 4, you know, some people were still kind of buying at 4, but only the rich people are buying because they can afford to pay cash. They're not paying interest. You know what I'm saying? And the ones who own have in these insurance policies that allow them to buy through their own policies, buy things through their own policies. They're doing it that way. So like you're stopping, you're interrupting the participation of the people. So when you regulate what the banks and corporations can do to the people, then you get a vibrant society.
Yeah, I mean, but see, you can't. These corporations would rather do stock buybacks than to do investing in innovation. You know, these corporations would rather price gouge their people than to charge fair prices for their products and services.
Well,
You know, so I don't see how the president.
when the
Go ahead.
supply and demand, oh, when we're talking about supply and demand, no, like it's almost to the point where they have to. But when we have good, you know, judgment making people who are actually making good deals, worldwide with different countries and getting people involved around the world, like you're inspiring a different mindset. So even the corporations are okay with, the corporations and the banks are okay with accepting smaller, um, smaller percentages off of these sales because there's so many sales going on. You know what I'm saying? So it like one
Yeah,
hand
but look,
fits the other.
but we don't have a vibrant economy when we have all of these monopolies, these multinational
But
conglomerates
that's
where three
you
companies
you
control each sector.
yes. But that see that's gonna change. That would change
Well,
things.
well, he'd have to bust up all of these big, huge companies to do that. You know,
Which
he'd
which
have to,
which
which
needs
Congress would
which
be
needs to
the ones
happen.
that would have to do. Congress would have to be the ones who would do that. I mean, like I could see him pressuring them to do it, but I don't see
Uh
them doing it.
well, I'm gonna say this. I would rather see a president fighting to do that and not get it done than somebody who doesn't even show a will to see it happen at all.
That's fair. That's really fair right there. Let's do a couple more. It says cancel the electric vehicle mandate and cut costly and burdensome regulations. Whenever they talk about cutting regulations, that's like a nod to the corporations that we're gonna let y'all do whatever y'all want to or whatever. So I mean, I don't know. You could go with the vehicle mandate, the electric vehicle mandate, maybe whatever. But if you say cut costly and burdensome regulations, then that to me is giving a
Well,
okay to the
let,
regulation. I mean, to the
let,
corporations to
let,
do whatever the hell they want to do.
let me give an example because I guess like I mean yeah if we're looking at this extreme size of it, it could get to be a bad thing, but it's already at a bad point right now because just think about what happened with Budweiser was about a year and a half ago or so when uh the people who actually support Budweiser, Bud Light or whatever, the people who spend money with Budweiser saw extreme losses because they were regulated to you know put up images like Melvani, whatever the dude name is that that got the backlash for just trying to him just trying to live, but he had to go through certain things because our government is regulating that you have to have certain amount of inclusion or you lose points if you don't promote certain ideologies. That's a lot of the stuff that needs to go away. It's like, look, let the companies be. They have their clientele. They should be able to promote to who their clients are. They shouldn't have to be approved by everybody. No, they just need to be approved by the people who spend money with them. But
Yeah,
right now,
I don't know that the government had anything to do with that at all
it
whatsoever.
look into it. You'll find the same thing that I'm like what I'm telling you. I'm not making it up. Like I promise you, I'm not making it up. But there's a score pad that they have to live by under these different regulations that be inclusive. They have to do certain things to get a higher point system, and Budweiser almost lost their shit. They're a long-standing company, so they didn't. But this is the type of stuff that they had to go through just to be able to be considered a brand that is inclusive. It's like, bro, like transgenders don't give a shit about me. Why do I need to cater to them? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's certain things that shouldn't matter. That's just one of the examples of what's going on in this country right now because of all of this DEI stuff that could be used for good, but it's not totally like it's not working. Like it's to manipulate and use people that like it's like free enterprise was one of the cornerstones is one of the cornerstones of this country, and when you try to regulate so highly on these different things, like you're robbing the people. Like, if there's if there if if transgenders like something totally different, this, that, and the other, they still shouldn't be able to tell the corporation how they should do this or that, and they could maybe recommend. But at the same time, you don't shouldn't have say over. And if they don't, if they're not competing with the people who are, catering to the people who really are supporting them, then they'll lose business anyway. They'll be out of there. So there's certain things that would be if we just went on with nature. We allow things to live, and when they have no purpose or they're not fulfilling their purpose, die.
Yeah, you're breaking up a little bit. Let's move on. Check this out. It says this is exactly what the Trump team feared. It says the Trump campaign was engineered in every way to beat Joe Biden. Now it must be completely reinvented, Tim Alberta writes. Alberta spent months talking with Trump's campaign managers, Chris LaCivita and Susie Wiles, who said they were readying a contingency plan and studying the weaknesses of would-be alternatives, beginning with Vice President Kamala Harris, should Biden drop out of the race. By the time of the debate, however, they believed the Democrats' window had all but closed, even in the immediate aftermath, as Democratic officials openly called for Biden to quit. Wiles and LaCivita were betting on the status quo, Alberta writes. They know what from the moment they partnered with Trump, everything they intended for his campaign, the messaging, the advertising, the micro-targeting, the ground game, the mail pieces, the digital engagement, the social media maneuvers was designed to defeat Joe Biden. Even the selection of Ohio Senator J.D. Vance as Trump's running mate campaign, officials acknowledged was something of a luxury meant to run up margins with the base in a blowout rather than persuade swing voters in a nail biter. At 59, Harris should she become the nominee, will have no trouble keeping up with Trump on the campaign trail or the debate stage, Alberta writes. At the very least, Trump's lieutenants realize Harris's promotion will provide a desperately needed jolt to the Democrats nationwide in the form of fundraising, volunteerism, and enthusiasm. The mentality of this Trump campaign, LaCivita once told me, is to spend every day on offense. The team wants to shape the pace and substance of every news cycle and force Democrats to react, ensuring that key battles are fought on GOP chosen terrain. Alberta continues to the link in the bio. It worked so well that Biden was ruined before his party's convention. Now the Trump operation is vowing to destroy Harris if, in fact, she becomes the nominee in much the same way. And yet, for a campaign that went to bed Saturday believing that it would dictate the terms of the election every day until November 5th, Sunday brought an unfamiliar feeling of powerlessness. So basically, the Trump campaign is scrambling at this point. They probably had a bunch of ads ready to go and all of this stuff, and they gotta scrap all of that stuff and start from scratch.
Well, I'm gonna tell you that I think this is going to it will make it tougher for the Trump campaign, but I think as long as they stick to the original policies, because that's where a lot of people are geared to now, is okay, what is your plan for the people? And he at least has one. Is it, I think it into a nutshell, because first day of business, like people expecting something to happen, what he's doing the first day in office, the first 100 days, it's like he has a plan. The Democratic Party, because I don't see it as just because it is the Republican Party supporting, but Trump does have his way of what he expects to do for as president. What's going to happen with Kamala? We need to hear from her. Like, it's time for a new debate so that people can know where she stands, and what is she going to do differently than Joe? Because if you're gonna do
Yeah.
the same thing Joe was doing, okay, all right, appreciate that. I'm glad you let me know. So, because there's some people that's really newly excited about her, being there. They're not gonna be embarrassed like they was for the first debate with Biden and all that, which I think was a great show of a great performance, because I don't think he's really that bad out, or some of it I think is even AI to some extent, but either way, it's Trump will be just fine as long as he sticks to what he says he's going to do. He's not changing up everything to fit just whatever's going on with Kamala, because it's about what he's intending to do as president. And that's one of the things that I think that candidates shouldn't forget, is that what they plan to do. And if it doesn't fit for the American people, then they're not going to vote for you. And that's the same thing I think Kamala has to do, even though she has some fresh new money to be able to come and flood the market with all kinds of commercials and this and that and the third, whatever, blah, blah, blah. But I think stay steady, because they've done pretty good with their messaging so far. The Democrats, not so much. I wonder why. I mean, they could. They're brilliant people. Like they're smarter than the average bear. I'm just here to tell people that the
I agree.
Democrats ain't no.
They have been sucking
They
at their messaging. They really
they are.
bad.
Yes, but that's not that. I mean, they're not saying what they're trying to do is because they're trying that it's it's not what they're actually planning is not popular amongst the people.
Mm.
That's why the messaging is not there.
Let me
Because
read.
believe me, go ahead.
Yeah, let me read some comments. It says, exactly, and hundreds of millions or even billions of donor money was spent on campaign ads depicting Joe Biden as the oldest nominee who was in cognitive decline. Now they're left with the oldest nominee in U.S. history who is in serious cognitive and mental decline. Another comment, it says, American women are going to get Kamala across the finish line just like we did with Joe. Can't wait to bury Trump once and for all. Another comment, it says, waiting until after the RNC to drop out was a beautiful act of strategic trolling on Biden's part. They were so smug after the debate and during the convention. Now it's anyone's game again, and they already shot their wad. Totally epic. Another comment, a newly energized candidate and party versus a fumbling, mean-spirited old man whose only policies are based on Project 2025 and Agenda 47 to erode our democracy and freedoms. Who could possibly have the better chance? Let's put the prosecutor against the convicted felon on the debate stage and see who folds.
Look, I'm gonna tell you something. The Democrats ought to be ashamed of themselves if they got all of this, all they got right now. They're not really in the best position they could be in, but they're a better position than they were. But when they still lose, what they gonna say then? What they gonna say then? That's what I'm gonna say, because honestly, I don't see any recovery, no really true recovery, because the people who are really, about making a difference, they're gonna make their voices heard. And I believe like young people and a bunch of older people are gonna still ride with a bunch of people still gonna ride with Trump. Like the polls are gonna change a little bit, because there's gonna be different people that they're gonna send polling messaging to. But because they left a lot of the women, I think they left a lot of the women out. Women, and I'm gonna say, that's black women, because white women I think have been making their stance known for a while too. But yeah, I ain't gonna lie. This is gonna be a very interesting 4 months.
It's gonna be really interesting. I ain't gonna lie. Let's do this. It says foreign leaders react to Biden's decision not to seek re-election. So, Polish Prime Minister Donald Tusk said Biden had made difficult decisions thanks to which Poland, America, and the world are safer and democracy stronger. I know you were driven by the same motivations when announcing your final decision, probably the most difficult one in your life. That's supportive. I've known this is hold on, let me go back. So this was the Polish prime minister. This one is Canada Prime Minister Justin
Canadian.
Trudeau. It says, I've known President Biden for years. He's a great man, and everything he does is guided by his love for his country as president. He is a partner to Canadians and a true friend. To President Biden and the First Lady, thank you. Oh, that's supportive. Oh, air hug. Czech Prime Minister. It says, it is undoubtedly the decision of the statesman who has served his country for decades. It is a responsible and personally difficult step, but it is all the more valuable. I am keeping my fingers crossed for the USA that a good president emerges from the democratic competition of two strong and equal candidates. Oh, Irish Taoiseach Simon Harris called Biden a proud American with an Irish soul and thanked him for his global leadership and friendship. In his final speech in Ireland, President Biden relayed the words of his parents that everyone is entitled to be treated with dignity and respect. Anyone who knows Joe Biden knows that these are more than words to him, but the way he has always conducted himself in public and private life. Yeah, it seems like they're cherry picking these and nobody has anything bad to say.
No,
about
listen. Let me tell you something. Well, of course they do. But I mean, I think a lot of people will commend him for making this step because it. I mean, maybe because I'm gonna tell you to some extent, I really believe that this was a plan from the beginning. Like they knew a long time ago that this point was gonna come, but to be strategic and to get the public support, that it had to be done a certain way to perfection. And I think that they've pretty much done it. Most people are fools or have been, they have taken it as if this is a genuine change or whatever. But and a lot of these people that's speaking count on US money for their own survival. So they have to show a certain level of support, especially for the people who feed them year in and
period.
year out.
Yeah. Let me read this one. It says Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said he respects Biden's tough but strong decision and that his country is grateful to President Biden for his unwavering support for Ukraine's fight for freedom. Many strong decisions have been made in recent years, and they will be remembered as bold steps taken by President Biden in response to challenging times. After you said the people who feed you, like this is the perfect person's comments to come after that.
Bro, I couldn't have picked it myself. But man, and we're talking about how many nations around the world that gonna have something that might have something to say. Like, bro, there's a lot of democratic countries that's gonna be like, yeah, it's good you gone, but you're full of shit, right?
Yeah, like that's what I'm saying. These comments, I think, are they're cherry picked. This was CBS News, so I guess I don't know. Let's read some more. It says Kremlin's.
What would India say about
I'm curious. Iran, Saudi Arabia,
Russia, China,
any African countries?
All of the African, well, not all, because some of them do fall in line with them, but bro, most of the people around the world, I mean, they happy he gone, but all this, like kumbaya, yeah, you did a great job, while you did, applaud and bear hug and all this other crap. Like some of these other people, like, yeah, well, you should have never been here in the first place. You done screwed up more than you could fix, and yeah, it's good you're gone, but
Yeah. Let me read this one. It says Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov said Russia's military objectives in Ukraine were more important than the outcome of the U.S. elections. In recent years, what has been happening in the United States has taught us not to be surprised by anything, Peskov told reporters. Another one.
Now that's cryptic.
Yeah, and that's more honest too. I think that's probably the most honest comment we've read so far.
So far, yeah.
It says, "My friend Joe Biden has achieved a lot for his country, for Europe, for the world. His decisions not to run again deserves respect." German Chancellor Olaf Scholz. Couple more.
Throwing sweat off his brow.
Another one says Israel President Isaac Herzog expressed his gratitude to Biden for his steadfast support for the Israeli people throughout his decades-long career. As the first U.S. president to visit Israel in wartime, as a recipient of Israeli Presidential Medal of Honor, as a true ally of the Jewish people, he is a symbol of the unbroken bond between our two peoples. Okay. This one, it says, I respect President Biden's decision. I know that as he has done throughout his remarkable career, President Biden will have made his decision based on what he believes is in the best interest of the American people. British Prime Minister Keir Starmer. Yeah. Couple of comments. It says, such positive and nice words. I wonder why there are only white men in this post. Another one, it says, Biden.
Don't wonder.
Yeah. President Biden brought respect back to America from our international partners. Thank you, President Biden. Okay. Says the person who has like a dog as his profile pic. Another comment. These words and gratefulness by our world leaders speak volumes of who President Biden truly is. I'm sure the majority of the world is just as anxious as we are. Another one. This was not Joe's decision. He was forced and threatened by Nancy Pelosi. Yeah, that's what I think. I don't, yeah, because he was talking like he was going to stay there. I think they pressured him.
Well, but they also pressured him to say what he was saying, that he wasn't going to leave. Like, say, bro, I made a comment a couple of weeks ago. It's like Joe Biden is going to have to leave the same way that he came in. And that was by threat. Like, they threatened him and his life if he didn't run for president, because that was their only chance at the time for the Democrats to win, because of his involvement with Obama, what people believed of him with his term with Obama, because nobody really knew about Joe Biden before Obama, even though he'd been there for 40 plus years already. Like, most people didn't know him, and he became popular because of Obama, and because Hillary didn't have it to be able to beat Trump. They're like, all right, well, look, we got to go with Biden, and I believe from then all of this was set for him for it to end like it's going right now.
Let me read this one. This is The Intercept. It says Biden should have quit over Gaza, but his exit could be an inflection point. It says President Joe Biden announced Sunday that he would not run for re-election in 2024 on the eve of Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's visit to the United States. While the announcement may dispel widespread concerns surrounding the Democratic nominee's capacity to lead, especially relative to Republican nominee Donald Trump, the issue that has prompted mass protests against the Democratic incumbent still looms large over the campaign. Biden's virtually unconditional support of Israel's war on Gaza. Biden has maintained a chiefly differential and supportive stance throughout Israel's bombardment of Gaza. Now some see his departure as an opening, the possibility for a reset on the U.S. policy towards Israel. Biden and scores of elected officials and party caucuses have already thrown their support behind Vice President Kamala Harris to lead the Democratic ticket in November, and there have been signs that she may divert from Biden's hardline support for Israel's campaign in Gaza. This could be the one topic that could push the Democrats to win. If they were to divert on this and be like, we support a ceasefire, and then they actually start working towards that kind of thing, that would get voters on the Democratic side.
Yeah, I think that it would help them a lot because that is a very important thing. But see this is something that could have happened a long time ago, just like how Ukraine, the war between Russia and Ukraine, and Ukraine losing half of their fucking country to Russia, did not have to happen if he believed in supporting Ukraine and also making where things were stiffening the interactions between the two countries. So it's like Gaza, Hamas, and let's say Palestine and Israel having a war because you can say Hamas, but they're fucking blowing up Palestine. They're destroying Palestine. They're killing up Palestinians. So you can keep saying Hamas all you want, but you're killing Palestinians, innocent people. So there should have been a stronger stance about how they can interact and do this and do that. But he pretty much gave him free will to pretty much, okay, it's okay. Yeah, you can go through and kill all these people until you're satisfied with, your whatever outcome that you're trying to get. But no, you're the ones that's sending them money to be able to do this. You should have made it much different. Hey, no, look, the people of Palestine deserve to be there as well. Hamas might be a tough task for you to accomplish, but there's a stiff, in order to get these US dollars, you need to do it by the book. You had to do it the right way. Like they could have done that. But no, like it's okay to kill 100,000 kids and innocent people as long as you get the few people who harmed your few people. No, I think for some they might let them slide, like most of them do, but a lot of people are gonna stand strong. It's like, no, it didn't have to happen like that.
Let's look at this right quick. I covered a bit of this earlier, so I'm gonna go faster through this. But this is a list of possible Kamala Harris VP picks. But all of these names could also end up being the nominee, also, because there ain't no guarantee that Kamala's gonna get the nomination. So any of these names could, we could mix this all up, but they could be either VPs or they could end up being the nominee. Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg, Maryland Governor Wes Moore, Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer, Senator Raphael Warnock of Georgia, Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear, North Carolina Governor Roy Cooper, Senator Mark Kelly of Arizona, California Governor Gavin Newsom, and Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro. So this list is for the VP picks. But like I said, the nomination hasn't happened. So these are also names of people that could end up getting the nomination.
Well, that's just a few people that they're showing on the list. I don't think the real person that they really want to bring in is on that list. But I'm gonna say it like this: it doesn't matter whether because honestly, I believe that she is gonna stand strong as the nomination, mainly because of the the monies that was brought in by Biden and the monies that she just recently got within the last 2 days or day or whatever since she became the front runner.
Yeah.
Because a lot of that money can't be transferred to anybody else. They'll be starting fresh, kind of like with Trump. They're not going to do that. Like they're going to use the vantage point of the advantage that they have, which is the finances that they'll be able to use. And anybody who's put up on the Democratic side right now, I believe it doesn't like there are people who are going to fall in line with the agenda.
Because the Democrats always do that. They fall in line.
Yeah.
And
So,
I think
like I
you're
said,
right about the money too. If she's already raised what they say 100 million. If she
in 2
raises like
days, one,
if she
one, not even, I know they said something about in 24 hours she already raised more than anybody ever has. It's a record-setting thing. But
yeah,
I
so if
mean,
she
it's a,
she
it's
she
a,
raises another 100 million, another 200 million or something, then that's going to solidify her position as the nomination because of that money. Is like you said, it's not going to be able to be transferred.
yeah.
That's
So,
crazy. I wonder because the rules are when you raise that money and you don't spend it all for your campaign, you get to go home with that money. That would be crazy if she could like raise the money and then get to go home with all that money after losing.
well, you know what? For me, I wouldn't care. Look, let her go home with the money, because guess what? She that's what she should be at anyway. I mean, because look, I'm all for black people getting high positions, black women, like, I think, because I know that a lot of times people think that my position is that I don't really stand, like I'm not standing with black people. But no, I do, like, more so because it's not necessarily about color to me, but I'm very much for my race. So, like, I really don't know how to really explain it, because I think that sometimes it might be a white person who's actually gonna do more for you than the people that you expect to do more for you.
Yeah.
And and maybe because it benefits them more to do that than it is for them to deny you. Like I always said, like, just it just even the playing field. Okay, let's just say both Biden and Trump both were, because this is stuff I've said before. Let's just say they're both staunch racists, like they hate our guts. Okay, let's move that aside, because now that doesn't matter. Both of them are equally racist. What's next? Who's gonna do for our people and others? Because it's not, what I'm saying, like, as Americans, black people stand for more other races than other races stand for them, and that we've always been that way. So we're more open to we're more fair. Let's just say it like that. We're willing to fight for other people's stuff that benefits us, that doesn't benefit us at all.
Yeah.
What are these people gonna do that's gonna do good for the whole? Let's start there.
I'm gonna play this clip and then I want to change the topic because I'm gonna get out of here soon. And I want to talk about the chick from the security.
Oh, wow.
Dang it! I can't think straight right now. I'm getting tired. I've been on here for 4 hours
Secret
now.
Service.
Secret Service lady getting grilled by the by Congress or whatever. I want to talk a little bit about that and the ICJ talking about Israel. Like, let me play this first.
Stuff happened this weekend. Biden dropped out officially. Israel bombed Yemen. The ICJ ruled that Israel is an apartheid occupation. And that's really a huge story that will never be reported on by the mainstream media. So to really get into that and to help us understand it, we're going to talk to an international humanitarian law lawyer and federal justice advisor tonight on Mint Press News at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. This legal development won't do anything to affect the lived experience of Palestinians yet, but it's changed the conversation forever. This is actually a huge deal, and you can tell it's a huge deal because Israel's actually freaking out about Haaretz, and an analysis piece from Saturday said that this was, quote, beyond Israel's worst nightmare. So you're only going to really hear about it from us, man. So that's 7 p.m. Sorry, no, we're changing to 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time so our friends across the pond can watch it before midnight. YouTube, Twitter, Rockfin, Rumble, all the spots. So that's State of Play, Mint Press News, 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Hope
So it says the media never report on this historic ICJ ruling. Comment, it says after the latest decision of
No,
the
I haven't heard
ICC.
it.
You haven't heard it? It says, I believe that everyone has the right to intervene
No.
against Israel military. Yeah, I have some clips on this. Let's go ahead and go into this because, wait a minute. First, let's do this.
So they bombed Yemen?
Yeah, that's just one part of the story. They bombed. I covered it yesterday. Yemen, the Houthis sent a drone, a suicide drone, and it hit Tel Aviv. One person died, like hundreds injured. Israel retaliated and bombed like a port, a Yemen port. But we're talking about how the ICJ is saying that the settlements in occupied Palestine are illegal, and they're like they said no. They said any UN member can't support Israel and all of this. Like, it's a big deal. Let me play this. I think Democracy Now! Covers a bit of it right here. Let's play this.
In Gaza, Israel's killed at least 39 Palestinians so far today in Khan Yunis. One Israeli strike hit a tent used by journalists near Al-Aqsa Hospital. Israel began attacking Khan Yunis just moments after it ordered 400,000 Palestinians to evacuate the area. The official death toll from Israel's war on Gaza has topped 39,000, with over 90,000 wounded, though the true total is believed to be far higher. The International Court of Justice has ruled Israel's 56-year occupation of the West Bank and East Jerusalem is illegal. In a major decision announced Friday, the court ruled Israel, quote, is under an obligation to bring to an end its unlawful presence in the occupied Palestinian territory as rapidly as possible. The court also said other nations are obligated, quote, not to render aid or assistance, unquote, to Israel's settlements in the occupied territories. Palestinian Foreign Minister Riyad al-Maliki praised the ruling.
All states and the UN are now under obligation not to recognize the legality of Israel's presence in the occupied Palestinian territory and to do nothing to assist Israel in maintaining this illegal situation. They are directed by the court to bring Israel's illegal occupation to an end.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is heading to Washington, where he'll address a joint session of Congress Wednesday. Dozens of Democratic lawmakers plan to boycott the speech. Netanyahu's visit comes 2 months after the chief prosecutor of the International Criminal Court, Karim Khan, announced he's seeking an arrest warrant for Netanyahu. The Center for Constitutional Rights has urged the Justice Department to investigate Netanyahu for genocide, war crimes, and torture. Israel attacked the Yemeni port of Hodeidah on Saturday, killing 6 people and injuring 83. The strike came a day after Houthi fighters launched a drone strike on Tel Aviv that killed 1 person. The attacks raised fears Israel's war in Gaza could spark a broader regional conflict. Israel's also continuing to launch strikes on southern Lebanon. In related news, the Lebanese photojournalist Christina Assi of Agence France Presse carried the Olympic torch in Paris on Sunday to honor journalists wounded or killed on the job. Assi lost her leg in the same Israeli attack that killed Reuters videographer Issam Abdallah. Christina Assi spoke Sunday.
Of course, this is all for my best friend, Issam Abdallah, and all the other journalists we have lost this year. This is all for them and to pay tribute and to honor them, to honor their memory. And I will keep Issam's memory alive in everything I do. It's all for him.
In Bangladesh.
It's the ICJ ruling is big news. And the Western media is not covering it very well
at all.
So that's
because
a thing.
The distraction tactics are definitely because I mean this whole thing with Kamala and You know, like there's been other things that's been, I guess, bigger in our news, but something that's like as big as that. Because I mean, as soon as I hear it, I'm like, what the hell? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, there's no way I would have not been talking. Like, I would much say, well, not that we shouldn't talk about the other stuff, but like, this is a bigger deal than even our own politics. Because we're talking about worldwide and the way that we're being seen by the rest of the world because of our affiliations and our support for these different things that's harming, like we're just as much a problem to the these situations that's happening. So I don't hold on.
Yeah, it definitely does because it said supporting any support for Israeli and the occupied territories. And that's the kind of stuff that we do here in the States. So that would make us criminals in the International Criminal Court. Can't find the clips I'm looking for. Let me play this and then I'm gonna look for the clip.
Hey, I'm gonna be listening. I gotta do something real quick. I'm not leaving just yet, so I'm gonna be listening to try to stay up to date with what you're saying. But I just gotta handle a couple things.
All right, cool.
All right.
The world's best sniper, and they're dead center shots.
In fact, more than 20 doctors recently in Gaza also told Sunday Morning about gunshot wounds to children. One American doctor told us he even reviewed CT scans to confirm what he saw because he, quote, didn't believe that this many children could be admitted to a single hospital with gunshot wounds to the head.
We've taken shrapnel as big as my thumb out of 8-year-olds, and then there's sniper bullets. I have children that were shot twice.
Wait, you're saying that children in Gaza are being shot by snipers?
Definitively. I have 2 children that I have photographs of that were shot so perfectly in the chest I couldn't put my stethoscope over their heart more accurately, and directly on the side of the head in the same child. No toddler gets shot twice by mistake by the world's best sniper, and they're dead center shots.
In fact, more than 20 doctors recently in Gaza also told Sunday Morning about gunshot wounds to children. One American doctor told us he even reviewed CT scans to confirm what he saw because he, quote, didn't believe that this many children could be admitted to a single hospital with gunshot wounds to the head.
We've taken.
So, of all the disaster zones you've seen, how does Gaza compare?
All of the disasters I've seen combined, 40 mission trips, 30 years, ground zero, earthquakes, all of that combined doesn't equal the level of carnage that I saw against civilians in just my first week in Gaza.
And when you say civilians, is it mostly children?
Almost exclusively children. I've never seen that before. Never seen that. I've seen more incinerated children than I've ever seen in my entire life combined. I've seen more shredded children in just the first week.
Shredded?
Shredded.
What do you mean?
Missing body parts, being crushed by buildings, the greatest majority, or bomb explosions, the next greatest majority.
So, of all the disaster zones you've seen, how does Gaza compare?
All of the disasters I've seen combined, 40 mission trips, 30 years, ground zero, earthquakes, all of that combined doesn't equal the level of carnage that I saw against civilians in just my first week in Gaza.
And when you say civilians, is it mostly children?
Almost exclusively children. I've never seen that before.
Why?
Shoot, it's pretty easy to answer that one.
All right, let me ask this. I mean, because this is something I think we have to realize as far, because I mean, all right, Harris could easily be, well, not easily, but I'm gonna say could possibly be the somebody who takes over from what Joe Biden is doing right now. How do you think, you know, her being in office, when we're talking about internationally, how things will be handled compared to how Trump was handled? Because I mean, we know Trump supports Israel too, but do you think he supports them to the same extent?
I don't know. I think that would have to yet to be determined. Like we don't have any October 7th happened after Trump, so we don't know.
No,
I
I mean we
mean,
don't. But I mean, but at the same time, based on the temperament he has with countries around the world and how we support them, he
well,
speaks totally different
I
than.
like what he says about America first. So if he used that as his guide, then that would be good. And also, I like the way he tends to talk to the people who, are supposed to be like our enemies or whatever. And
Yeah.
he tends to have a dialogue with them. So, if that tells us
You
anything,
do
then
you, I think people, because see, I ain't gonna lie. One of the things that I'm impressed with him about was he changed his tune totally, because at one point we went from Rocket Man to Kim Jong Un.
yeah.
Yes, what I'm saying. Like, he used to talk shit about the dude, and
Yeah,
then
but
as he has actually have conversations with these people, and understanding their position and why they different things. Because I think Trump understands the fact that, okay, there's a lot of politics and reasons why some of these people have taken positions that they have because of money. And one of the things that Trump wasn't concerned about, because he's got plenty of money, regardless of what people say, he's not broke. And a lot of this money that he done spent on lawyers and this, that, and the other, he's getting it back because they're gonna have to pay him back. So like, he's really hadn't lost what they think that he's lost. And the money still doesn't drive him as much as people might think. Yes, he's a businessman. He still wants to make money. He wants to make sure his generations to come, his children, his grandchildren, all that does well. But I think that's important why he feels that the relationships around the world matters, because of how we're seen based on the decisions we make when we interact with these different countries, and what kind of how we you know make sure that the people that they are supporting with money and guns and or whatever, what standard they hold. So I think
well,
it's a
on the
big
other hand,
difference.
I have to say, he was the one who moved the embassy to Jerusalem, which was a
Hmm.
big deal.
Yeah.
Like, because from the religious standpoint, there were like, that was like biblical, if you will, and it was, very the Israeli people was very supportive of it, very happy about that.
Hmm. Well,
So,
no, I mean, but at the same time, I mean, I think that that's still a different position, because I mean, where was it before?
um,
Did they even have one?
yes, they did. They moved it from they moved it
Tel
to Tel
Aviv.
Aviv, and they moved it from I don't remember. I don't remember. It was the Palestinian side. And they moved it to Tel Aviv. So I can't remember where it was at before. So
Well, I don't know. I mean, like I said, I mean, was it, should that be considered a mistake, or is that something that
that shows his support for Israel, is what I'm saying. And that was a move that even
Well, his
Biden or the
children, his
Democrats.
his children are supposedly Jewish. His from their mother's side. And I think maybe, I don't know, Barron may not be. I'm not sure about Barron or not. I don't know how, Melania's position on, but Ivanka, I think, was Jewish, so that his children are half Jewish. So he's going to show some support, or whatever. But at the same time, I mean, if it's a bad decision, let's just say, okay, that was a bad decision or whatever, blah blah blah. I don't really know. I don't understand it to the with the full detail of what it created. If it, what changes in the region that it made fully. You know what I'm saying? So, but overall, I'm talking about as far as war stuff that's going on, because the embassy is put there to be able to protect the Americans that's in the region if something goes on. So if they're gonna be more protected in that region in Tel Aviv, then I don't know. Like I said, there's probably multiple other ways to perspectives to look at it from, but when I'm talking about relationships that he's making, like, do you think that he allows Israel all this money to go kill up Palestinians?
Yeah, I don't.
That's the part that I'm really trying to uncover now. And that's of course our opinion, what we believe.
Yeah,
We don't know what
I
happened.
don't. Yeah, I don't know. But he said over and over that Israel is our greatest ally in the Middle East and so forth. The talking points that they all say, the political
Yeah.
correct.
But and I think some of the stuff is being said is because of he's a candidate, he's not the president.
Yeah.
So he's trying to keep support in places that he doesn't want to just totally get rid of before he can fix some of the things that need to be fixed.
Yeah.
If
Honestly, I don't.
if that's his motive, what
I
I'm
don't
saying?
see him going against them. I don't see a Republican or a Democrat. I don't see anybody going against them. They got so much power. Netanyahu is finna
I
come
don't
and
either.
speak.
That's why I'm asking a specific question in that, because because you can give support, but not necessarily to the extent that, like, allowing them to freely go and murder up a whole country.
Yeah, I don't see anyone. He's Netanyahu's coming to speak in front of Congress, like this coming week, I want to say, and they came up with a rule that said that no Congressperson can say anything bad to him or something like that, or they're going to be arrested. I can't remember the exact quote, but it was like, if they say anything, then they're going to be arrested. And these are Congress people that they're threatening with arrest. Because this guy is speaking to them. Like, what the F, bro? Like, this guy's a foreign, regardless of how you feel about them, like, it's a foreign freaking nation. Why the hell is he over here speaking to Congress anyways? Like, at all? Like, who does that? Is there any other person from another country comes and speaks directly to Congress in Congress halls? When does that happen? How does that happen?
What's the rule? What's the rule on when who the person that you can't talk about?
Right. Then you know who is
who running the show.
Yeah. So boom, that's a good one. So the caption to the video I just played, it says, devastating and overwhelming witness and investigations keep affirming the same thing. Israeli forces from the top to the root are targeting children to prevent the possibility of a Palestinian future. So the question you had earlier about why would they be shooting children? Well, then that's the answer right there, to prevent the possibility of a Palestinian future. Pretty terrible. Let's see really quickly. Let's do a little bit of this because I'm gonna have to get out of here. I'm gonna end with the stuff about them grilling the Secret Service lady, but let's do a little bit of this.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, War, Peace, and the Presidency. I'm Amy Goodman. We end today's show in The Hague. where the International Court of Justice has ruled Israel's occupation of the West Bank and East Jerusalem as illegal, should come to an end, quote, as rapidly as possible.
It's illegal and should come to an end as rapidly as possible. This is The Hague. This is the International Court of Justice.
Israel's illegal military occupation of the territories began in 1967, has since forcefully expanded, killing and displacing thousands of Palestinians. ICJ presiding judge Nawaf Salam read the non-binding legal opinion Friday, deeming Israel's presence in the territories illegal.
And it's not controversial to say that those settlements are illegal. They've been saying that for the longest, and everyone agrees on that. But it's just that the argument is
on them.
Yeah, well, the argument is, how are we going to fix it or whatever? Because you have a bunch of Israeli folks. These are regular folks, and they already have houses there and all of this. And it's like, what are we going to do with those people or whatever? So when that's what they do, and that's what is allowing the pressure to expand the territory of Israel, is by having these settlers who take up spots, and then the argument is, what are we going to do with those people? There's people there already, da 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 da. And that's what makes it hard, even though that those settlements are illegal. And then they'll say, we didn't tell those people to go and make those houses or whatever. They did it on their own or whatever. They're like, we're not supporting this illegal settlements of these folks, but we have people there now, so we have to, what are we going to, we can't just move them or whatever. So that's their argument. You get what I'm saying?
I do, yeah. But my thing is okay, at what point are they gonna just say, okay, what's right is right and what's wrong is wrong? And like the whole idea behind Israel, them being the highest level of people on the earth, and then everybody else is just goyim, is something that we need to look at, because at some point it was looking at it's okay for Palestinians to get killed up right now because Israel, but when it becomes somebody else that's closer to home, then what? I mean, because you're going to have to sit back and look and do the same thing when that happens, or whoever they decide. Because like right now they've moved into Yemen and they're starting to kill off people in Yemen. This is Africa now we're talking about. So then that spreads.
Yeah.
How's this? You know what I'm saying? How's this going to end?
Right.
Israel must immediately cease all new settlement activity. Israel also has an obligation to repeal all legislation and measures creating or maintaining the unlawful situation, including those which discriminate against the Palestinian people and the occupied Palestinian territory, as well as all measures aimed at modifying the demographic composition of any parts of the territory. Israel is also under an obligation to provide full reparations for the damage caused by its internationally wrongful acts to all natural or legal persons concerned.
See, those are heavy ass words. And it reminds me a lot of South Africa and what happened with them. And so, they're like, they got to give reparations. They got to freaking give up the settlements or whatever. I think they made a comment about the border too. Like they said, it's going to have to go back to the original borders. Like, none of the people on Israel on the left or the right, none of them are going to be, none of them will feel obligated to follow this stuff. So someone will have to enforce this. So there goes the issue. So like these could be just words if there's no enforcement that happens.
The court also said other nations are obligated not to legally.
Go ahead.
Yeah, my bad. Well, see, but that's another thing, because I mean, just because of decisions that's been made here in America, like, doesn't stop the World War III that's already begun in other countries. Like, what Israel's doing in Africa, what they're doing in Palestine, because of the support that they're getting from the United States, is affecting the things that, like I said, we're part of it as a country.
Yeah.
Regardless of how many people protest against it, and then the government itself, that's supposed to be structured to do what the people want and believe, is still doing things that we don't all agree with, or feel that we shouldn't have that type of participation in. They're still doing it, so it's just like something we're still going to have to be held accountable, because that's just how it's going to happen. It'll have to happen. So, like, I think we really need to look at this, and while we're talking about Trump and Biden and Harris and all this other stuff, I mean, decisions that's been made is people are dying. Hundreds, like they talked about 90-something thousand people injured, children dying left and right, snipers hitting innocent children and women and this, that, and the other, on because of the money that we're providing Israel. Like, we got to take a step back and really adjust, figure out who we are and what we stand in this whole situation.
Yeah. I'll play a little bit more.
Recognize Israel's decades-long occupation of the territories and, quote, not to render aid or assistance, unquote, to the occupation. The 15-judge panel said Israel has no right to sovereignty of the territories and pointed to a number of Israeli actions, such as the construction and violent expansion of illegal Israeli settlements across West Bank and East Jerusalem, the forced permanent control over Palestinian lands, and discriminatory policies against Palestinians, all violations of international law, they said. The Palestinian Foreign Minister, Riyad al-Maliki, praised Friday's ruling.
All states and the UN are now under obligation not to recognize the legality of Israel's presence in the occupied Palestinian territory and to do nothing to assist Israel in maintaining this illegal situation. They are directed by the court to bring Israel's illegal occupation to an end. This means all states and the UN must immediately review their bilateral relations with Israel to ensure their policies do not aid in Israel's continued aggression against the Palestinian people, whether directly or indirectly. يجب على جميع الدول الآن.
All states must now fulfill their clear obligations. No aid, no collusion, no money, no weapons, no trade, nothing with Israel.
In 2022, the UN General Assembly issued a resolution tasking the International Court of Justice with determining whether the Israeli occupation amounted to annexation. This all comes as the ICJ is also overseeing an ongoing genocide case against Israel filed by South Africa, and as the International Criminal Court is seeking arrest warrants for Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant. Despite mounting outcry over Israel's war on Gaza, which has killed some 39,000 Palestinians, more than 16,000 of them children, Netanyahu is set to travel to Washington, D.C. to address a joint session of Congress Wednesday. For more, we go to Brussels, Belgium, where we're...
So, yeah. And they're talking about aiding and abetting and, giving them money and weapons and stuff. They're talking about us. The U.S. Let's do this because I have to get up out of here. Wait, you there? You're breaking up. I can't hear you. Yeah, you're breaking up. Let's do this. Oh, shit.
Or no?
I have no idea how my statement got out.
Well, that's...
Not only should you resign, if you refuse to do so, President Biden needs to fire you, because his life, Donald Trump's life, and all the other people which you protect are at risk because you have no concept of the aspect that the security footprint needs to be correlated to the threat.
Some of my colleagues have texted me over the last couple days, bipartisan, about whether you should lose your job. And I've been quiet on that question because I wanted to see what you were going to do today. In my opinion, you do need to be fired immediately. And it is because this is gross incompetence.
Ms. Cheadle, you said that the buck stops with me, and I agree. I don't think you should resign. I think you should have been fired. Ma'am, you are a DEI horror story.
Damn.
Would you say leaking your opening statement to Punchbowl News, Politico's Playbook, and Washington Post several hours before you sent it to this committee as being political? Yes or no?
I have no idea how my statement got out.
Well, that's
Not only
They said DEI horror story. Now I don't like
Yes.
this. I don't like those terms DEI. And it's like, so what? What are they trying to say? She's a woman and she wasn't qualified for her position, and because she's a
No.
woman, that's the reason why she ended up in that
No.
position.
No, she was hired because she was a woman, not because she had the proper training, or because she was just so good in other things that she prevailed to be the best for the job. No, because you were available for the position, you fit what mold that they were trying to push for within for that that job at the time. And even though you didn't fit the requirements, you still got the job. And that's
Where is
the
that?
problem that most people have with the DEI thing.
Where is that
Because, like I
coming
said-
from? What evidence do they have to show that this lady was hired without the credentials and because she was a woman? Like, they're just pulling that out of their ass.
No, I don't think they are. I think that your presumption leads you to that because you don't know what they know. And then, but the whole thing is that the performance speaks for itself. Like, how do you allow this to happen when it's clearly easily seen that others that doesn't, so that like it should have been noticed, and somebody almost lost their life because they trusted in you and your position.
I could get with that. I could say, you had one job and you obviously failed at that. But the part about the DEI, how would a congressperson know that the person was hired because they was a woman and they didn't have the credentials and so forth and so on? Like, that's bullshit. That's a big pile of bullshit.
Well, first of all, that's a part. One of the biggest things on the left is that you got to meet these certain criteria to even be suggested or recommended for this job at the time, because this is what they need to fill X amount of positions for, women, black women, Jewish women, white guys, or like, what I'm saying? Like, before the job starts, this is the type of person that we need to fulfill this position. And you don't know this because you're not, or maybe you don't realize to this extent how dangerous this can be, because not that it's impossible for her to do the job, but she has proven not to be competent of the job. So this is all after the fact things, because they obviously gave her a chance. She was working the job, but are you able to be manipulated to overlook certain things because maybe it benefits the people who appointed you?
I can't get with that. I'm sorry. I cannot get with that.
I know.
How possibly, how come we can't say that she was hired because she filled, she had the credentials and she was good at what she did, and that's how they hired her or whatever. Like, just because, I mean, she failed, or her company, the people
well, no,
failed,
'cause-
definitely. But calling her a DEI, that's some bullshit, man. It's like, so if it was a white man and he failed, then they wouldn't call him a DEI hire.
No, they don't. They'll just say that he's grossly incompetent, the same way that they've been telling Mayorkas, because maybe this is another thing that he should be partially responsible for, is because, you know, he's really like above her in the Homeland Security field. So it's like, all right, this is all after the fact conversations, because I don't think that many people was questioning her ability before, because none of this stuff happened before. But now, when it comes to, you know, somebody pretty much like their life almost lost because of something that should have easily been affixed to the situation, the investigation is going on. Like, they've done the investigation and they can see, hold on, wait a minute, she didn't see this, she didn't respond to this, she didn't understand what kind of, you know, problem this. Okay, you know, look, no, she needs to be gone, because this could happen again, because maybe she has a problem with realizing real problems. I don't think this was a foresight thing of them just picking on her. Oh, you don't know what you're doing, blah blah blah. No, it is proven now you don't know what you're doing, and, you know, highly suggested that because she's a woman is how she got the job, and it's his opinion. He has the right to say that that's what he believes, because they're politicians and they're driven on, you know, getting certain things changed that, you know, you should be more, you know what I'm saying, like before the job, like you should be able to prove that you really know what you're doing, and you stand up for what you know, you believe in what your job is and what your tasks are, and you're going to do everything to protect the people that you're supposed to protect. And then here you are, like, this whole thing should have never happened or been able to happen, and it happened under her negligence. So,
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah, I don't like the.
don't get
I
offended.
agree.
I wouldn't.
Somebody failed, definitely. But what?
Yeah,
Maybe if it was a white guy, they would have just been like, you know, this guy underneath me, you know, didn't take care of business, and we fired him, and we've taken care of the problem, and moving forward, you know, we won't have any issues like this. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But because it's a woman, I don't like that.
Well, listen, it's the same thing. The hot button, you know, them using the DEI is the same way that they're called by them calling Trump a felon. And, you know, like most of the people who do call him a felon is using that as a chance to try to smear in, you know, on TV something that they know is you know, not a true reality, because it's gonna boil down to somebody who's like, the Supreme Court is gonna rule against some of the stuff that the states were willing to, you know, maybe, you know, try to, I guess, put them away for. Like, there's a lot of details that people are not clear of that makes them really feel like Trump is a felon, but he's just being called one with no true, like, the law does not stand up to it.
Well, he was convicted. All you have to do is be convicted of a felony to be called a felon, and he was convicted of a felony.
But not fairly. That's the thing. It was not fairly done.
How many people are in prison and say that they're innocent? Nobody's going to listen to them or believe them.
And that doesn't change the fact that it was not done fairly. I mean, that exists.
And it does exist, but that doesn't make you not a felon. That just makes you, you know, convicted, you know, unfairly. But
a wrongly accused felon.
If you got found guilty, then you carry that label of a felon, bro. Like there is no way around that. So
Okay,
all
but
these guys who
so
got out
are
of
you
prison,
so are
who
you
says that
saying
they were
that the
innocent,
people that get
those
wrongly
guys shouldn't
charged?
carry the
No,
label of a felon. They can't. They're like, I'm
okay.
not a felon.
So
Like, bro, you
do
went
you
to prison.
stand on the fact that people get wrongly charged as being a felon all the time? Like this is not
Yes,
a new thing.
yes, I stand on that.
Okay, so is that impossible for Trump that it was not
It's
fairly
not,
treated?
but that doesn't make him not a felon.
Well, I would say that he's really not a felon. He's being called one because I mean it's fine. I mean, either way, like all those things will be turned over, and all of what people are saying now, they're not gonna take back because they use it to smear him, which that's what they would their whole point was to begin with.
Yeah.
I mean,
Let me read.
there was many people. Well, go ahead. Let's stay on subject.
Let me read the caption. It says, DEI horror story. Republicans go scorched earth on the Secret Service director, calling out bullish testimony after failing to answer questions about how the suspicious individual was able to shoot former President Trump from a rooftop with a clear aim at him. Comments. It says, the deep state paid her to get Trump taken out. Paid her? Another comment, it says, she is getting ripped apart. Love it. Needs to get fired. Trump 2024. Another comment, it says, isn't she responsible for the husband's death? Isn't that murder? I don't know what they're talking about there. Another one, fired and arrested. What would she get arrested for? Another comment, lying. Go ahead.
Why? Is that
Yeah.
Go ahead, because I mean I think that maybe that should be discussed.
Yeah, well, yeah. What do you mean? The part about her being arrested?
Well, it's her job, and she neglected to complete her job, where somebody almost got killed. That could have been killed. If by the grace of God, he didn't die. He didn't get a bullet right through his head. But I believe that was the intentions, and something
Yeah,
that
but
can be looked at as like by just common people whose job who doesn't have the job, that wait a minute, how did this go unseen, looks to be purposely done
well,
to many people.
we can call it negligence, but saying it's criminally negligent is a stretch.
Well, I would say that she probably would not get arrested for that, but I think it should be something that should be looked at because part of the investigation is like, how is this able to even happen? Our Secret Service is supposed to be the highest order of protection in this country, and then we got somebody who allowed or didn't allow Secret Service or one of the supporting agencies to protect that angle that obviously to most people at this point, like it's just they were there a couple days before looking at everything. Like they're supposed to. They even said that was one of the marks that they were supposed to be looking at, and they didn't have anybody to protect it. Like, why? And it just so happened to be a shooting when on the day that this thing is not protected. Oh, how many other times has this happened before that we just don't know about because the attempt didn't happen that time? Like it's a lot of things that go into question that has to be considered. So it is possibly criminal.
Let me read some more comments. It says, lying under oath is not okay. She needs to be fired and locked up for good. Another one, she tried to assassinate our president for Democrats. Biden waited to resign till assassination attempt, so Kamala had fresh start. This is so terribly written. Bro, I couldn't even read it.
Well, nah, it was. I could tell the you was having trouble reading it, but at the same time, we know what they're trying to say. Like, look, this, like all of this, like it's been endless attack on attack on attack, and because they can't get anywhere now, they try the attempt on his life because he has a better chance than, and they made it even easier for him to get this far because of those attacks. Like, if they would have played him like a regular, opponent and just like, okay, treat it fairly, people probably would have, been more on the Democratic side because they actually have more to lean on than Trump does, other than just, okay, he, what he will, what he might do, what he this, that, and the other. Like, they actually have the more of the experience and more reason for people to vote for them, outside of all this other shit that has been going on these last few years. Like, it really doesn't make sense, but it's still happening.
Let me read another comment. It says, "She's Jill Biden's friend, tells you all you need to know." It's like these comments are unhinged and ignorant, bro.
But is it true though? Is she a friend of Jill Biden? We don't know. We just saying that. Oh, I mean, are people really just making that stuff up? Maybe. I don't know. But that's stuff to be considered, I think.
Yeah,
for people who don't think that it's right to try to kill your opponent, because like as much as I was against Biden, I had to accept that he's our president. Like, I wish he would have never been our president or even recommended. But guess what? I have to deal with the fact that he's our president.
Yeah, well, if she's Jill Biden's friend, what is that supposed to mean? Like, that doesn't mean nothing. They've done an investigation. They haven't made no fucking, like, there's the dude was a Republican.
So they say. I can go change mine right now tomorrow in the morning if I want to, from independent to Republican or to Democrat.
They said he voted Republican. They interviewed the kids he went to school with. They said he was defensive of conservative values and all of this. So it's like,
but they also slipped in who he sent money to. Democrats. He supported. He gave his money to a Democratic somebody. So you can't just say just because he's registered as a Republican doesn't mean that he doesn't show his support somewhere else.
Yeah. They said it was one of those PAC deals. He probably didn't know what he was donating to.
Yeah, whatever. They definitely made that. They still did make the distinction. Hold on.
Yeah, I don't think that
I might have to come. I might have to go out and come back in because I got you locked in on my truck system. I'm gonna go out and come back in. That's the only way to disconnect.
I'm looking for the other clips about old girl, them grilling her in Congress. I have them in here, but I don't see them. Hold on. I think it's this one.
I own an AR-15, and last time I shot it one time my whole life. It was 6 years ago. That is until Saturday, where we recreated the events in Savoy, Texas. We recreated what happened in Butler. I was lying prone on a sloped roof at 130 yards at 6:30 at night. And I knew that he had a scope. I didn't know what kind, red dot or magnified. So I shot 8 rounds from both. You know what the result was? 15 out of 16 kill shots. And the one I missed would have hit the president's ear. That's a 94% success rate. And that shooter was a better shot than me. You know what else is dangerous? I believe your horrifying ineptitude and your lack of skilled leadership is a disgrace. Your obfuscating today is shameful. And you should be fired immediately and go back to Garden Doritos. Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back. I own an AR-15, and last time I shot it one time my whole life. It was 6 years ago. That is until Saturday, where we recreated the events in Savoy, Texas, where you recreated what happened in Butler. I was lying prone on a slope.
I don't really get the point of him telling the story. I guess he's saying that it was easy, it was an easy shot. Or what is he making the point that they really should have guarded that, they should have secured that location? I mean, it's clear they should have secured that location. I mean, the president got shot. So, yeah, they should have secured that location. And the thing is, like I was saying in the other show, is like you got one job and your job is to protect the president. And if he gets shot, that means that you didn't do your job. Like you failed clearly, but this political like stuff. And, I mean, when you're in charge, everything does fall on your lap. So, everything is your fault when you're the boss. So I get it. But in a lot of situations, I guess, like I said, it depends on the situation where you can use a scapegoat and you could just be like, yeah, this guy over here, he's the one who dropped the ball. We fired him and we took care of him and, it's over. So, and that's what happens. And I've seen this happen in my own life, in my own professional life, where that someone gets scapegoated in that way. And so it's just surprising to me that it wasn't the case in this one. I mean, if you want to fire her, that's fine. But shoot, I'm sure it's a whole list of others that should also get the X. It says guarding Doritos. Representative Pat Fallon, Republican Texas, unleashes on a Secret Service director for disgraceful lack of skilled leadership, says she should be fired immediately. He specifically cites her time overseeing global security at PepsiCo, the parent company of Doritos. Yeah, so I mean, I guess she got ascended. She used to be global security of PepsiCo, and she ended up being the Secret Service head of Secret Service or whatever. I mean, bro, that's an ascension in your career. And then she gets to be the person that's in charge when the president gets shot. What a horrible set of events. Comment, it says her stone face look shows she doesn't give a S. Another one, Trump is too scared to debate Kamala. Another one, this woman, along with Barack Obama's gang, were the main designers of this operation. Oh my God. Another comment, it says, let's be clear, the Secret Service isn't responsible for this failure. Every Republican who protected AR-15 is responsible. I think it's the rhetoric, and that's what I said on the first show, that's the most responsible. And the media is the most responsible because of the talk of demonizing Trump, greatest threat to democracy and all of this, like, the world's going to come to an end if Trump gets elected. That's kind of stuff. Like, that's where we need to focus. And I think that, they need to tone down that rhetoric, this divisive partisan rhetoric where you like the other guy they worship the devil and they're evil and, someone should off them, that kind of talk. And people are so freely saying this stuff, on the internet, all the way up to the politicians. That's what leads to this. We have a powder keg in this country. It's a lot of hate, for your opposite opposing political folks. And, you want to off them, and over politics. And that's just crazy. Like, at the end of the day, it wouldn't make much of a damn difference. They're just going to replace that person with somebody else, and whatever the policies or whatever, that stuff is just going to move forward. So you're not going to accomplish anything by offing some political, some politician.
I agree. But we're talking about some gangsters that people don't realize are some real gangsters. Like, we can pretend all we want about some of these people that we're talking about. I think even Trump. I mean, for him to go up against some of these people, like you got to be tough. You got to be somewhat gangster and willing to fight for certain things. But you better believe a lot of that stuff is not off the table just because we're talking about politics and it's not the right thing to do. Man, say bro, y'all better be more realistic about the world we're living in and how things really happen. Like you want to, act like, okay, oh no, this would never happen. No, it's happening. This is like, I don't know, man. Like I don't see, like, yes, we can go with the, it shouldn't happen and all this and the third. But guess what? It is happening. Political rivals. This is not the first time that this has happened. And guess what? The people that it happens to usually are the people who are for the people. That's something I think people need to really realize. Is like, okay, yeah, you don't like Trump, this, that, and the other, but it's obviously something about him that's threatening to this other side, just because he's whatever it is that he's standing for. Because if he wasn't standing for something, he wouldn't be as big of a threat to these people as he is.
Yeah, but who's to say that, there's some complex conspiracy theory where it was the Democrats or whatever trying to off Trump? Right now, it's looking like it was this guy, some crazy, mass shooter type guy who,
If you're a
did.
surface thinker, yeah, you're thinking that way. But when you know that things are way more complex, now could it just be as simple as some guy just decided to go and hit Trump? I mean, I guess it's possible, but it's more of a long shot that this guy just acted alone than it was for him. Like, we're talking about Donald Trump, bro. Like, we ain't talking about fucking Willie Foo from down the street and somebody just decided they was gonna go and knock him off. No, bro. Like, it's I think that, I mean, like, bro, you like, I think you're oversimplifying something that is not as simple as you're trying to make it out to be, because you're trying to protect your political favorites.
I don't
So
think I don't think the Democrat. I mean, there's no evidence to support this. Is what
if
I'm saying.
somebody if somebody had did that to Obama, there's no way that Democrats wouldn't be up in arms and being like, who from the Republican Party did this and paid this guy? And well, he's a registered Democrat, but I don't know. The Republicans had to have something to do with, like, who would not be saying that?
It could have been a random rogue person, even in that situation. I mean,
But that's the thing.
I mean,
No matter
just
how,
you could
it's never
speculate all
alone.
day
No,
and
say, bro,
make
when
it
we talk about these
something
school
it's not.
shootings, even when we talk about these school shootings, and they talk about, oh, this was just a lone what they call it, a lone, whatever you call it. But however, like, it's never that. Like, he always has an affiliation with somebody from some organization that he got, that may not have told him directly, but has definitely fed his mind to believe that the people that he was going to kill was going to make things better for the world, or something insane. Even though, me and you gonna look at it and be like, nah, that don't make sense. That, there's no way. Like, how could somebody believe that? But that happens more likely than not, that it was somebody who influenced this young mind to go and do what he did that day.
He was probably just radicalized online. I mean, he's a terrorist. You know, and this is a problem that I think that they're completely missing with this story is that we have a problem here in the United States with domestic terrorism. And it tends to be some crazy white guy. That's what it is. But they don't want to freaking face that reality.
No,
And then you exaggerate the situation by having all of this access to so many weapons and bullets. You can buy bullets in the grocery store with the vending machine now. So I mean,
since when?
I saw the reports. I don't know what state it's in. You can go to the damn grocery store and buy bullets out of the damn vending machine. You know, so it's like this is the problem. We need to face the reality that we have a domestic terrorism problem, and we have people who have been radicalized, and they also have access to weapons, and they might
Okay.
just be depressed and want to kill themselves, but they want to do something on their way out. Like I'm sure this guy know he wasn't going to make it out of this situation. So it's like the suicide by cop thing where, you know, I don't want to off myself. I don't have the balls to do that. So then I take some people out until they take me out.
Are you serious? Well, no. I mean, some people, yeah, all right. Some people don't have the balls to take themselves out. But do you think they really had to go that far to try to make an attempt on?
They're not mentally stable. They crazy.
But why wouldn't they just go and shoot at a police officer that would kill them anyway if they were shooting at them and go through the trouble of trying to shoot Donald Trump? Like,
Well,
like
that's what I'm
could've-
saying. The
he could have
logic,
made it way easier on himself, less work, this, that, and the other.
you
And
can't
like,
logic your way out of a crazy person. You can't logically explain the actions of a insane person. They're
say,
not
bro.
thinking logically.
No, but a lot of insane people are high thinkers, are big. Like, that's the whole thing. Like, say, bro, the crazy of the crazies that got more thoughts going through their mind than somebody that we call normal. Like, they're thinking these things out, and then because it's irrational, does not mean that it wasn't well thought out. Like, bro, say, man, I don't think it is wise to overlook all of the possibilities. Just thinking that, oh well, like it doesn't make sense, it doesn't add up, and it was just because the evidence says that it was just him for now. Like, doesn't mean that we shouldn't ask the questions on if it was much deeper than that, because
It's gonna come out.
that makes us
It-
foolish.
If it was, I'm sure they're digging with a fine tooth comb because they want to hold
Yeah,
somebody
so
else
the
accountable for
investigators,
this.
they're the same things that we're talking about. Some of the things the comments that you're seeing, like, this is things that the investigators are saying, and maybe it's not, wide open to, or with our knowledge of what's, actually happened, or all the evidence that they might have. But at the same time, like, to, people saying, oh, she was a friend of Biden's wife, the first lady. I think that's something that we probably should look into, and shouldn't just say, "Oh, that's foolish." That's impossible. No, let's check it out, and let's prove that to be false before we say that's false. Let's prove it false.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that her having the first lady as a friend means nothing.
Okay, it doesn't mean that, but I think that's like, just because people like it could, but it could mean something, right?
It could.
Okay, so I don't see, like, how it's so radical to have for somebody to have that thought.
Yeah. I got to get out of here, man. I'm at 4.5 hours, and I did not mean to stay on this long. And I got to work in the morning, and the night needs me to do something.
Yeah, I'm glad I was
So,
able to come on today. I don't know how much I offered the people today, but I wish that I could come on more, to support you and what you're doing, and of
yeah, I
course,
appreciate you being here.
and,
Last,
and to get on your nerves from time to time. You know what
yeah,
I'm
definitely do
saying?
that. The last time you was here, bro, was the video that got the most views. It was like 1,200 views on Rumble. The last time you
What?
was here.
What?
Yeah. I don't know if it
Okay.
was you, but could have been the subject, but I don't know. Could have been you.
Well, I never think it's, because I'm a part of the show regardless. Whether I show up or not. Like my heart is with you guys all the time. So but I've been going through some transitional period, different things, and I guess the times would, like now it's like it's more beneficial for me to do it in the middle of the week, like because I'm off tomorrow. That's
Yeah.
what one of the things, because I would probably be asleep right now because I go and or just now waking up. But either way, I'm flattered that okay, maybe the video I had something to do with the video having so much interaction. But either way, I'm here in spirit when I'm not even being heard. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, let me get out of here. Thank y'all for joining. Thank y'all for listening. And peace and love. And we'll be back.
10-4.
All right.
1.